everyone, and welcome to PACTS International and our TI Self-Help Seminar. We are excited to bring you today's lineup of speakers and hope they will shed some light for you on your targeting journey. Also, there will be a brief question and answer session after many of the presentations. Our first presenters have been around our community for many years and are pillars of our society, Nancy Dunnigan and Kathy Meadows.
Nancy is a dedicated medical social worker based in the greater Los Angeles area, currently serving at a local hospital. With a strong background in advocacy, Nancy has been a passionate voice for low-income and marginalized communities, often working behind the scenes to provide emotional, financial, and physical support. Her written work has been featured in psychological journals, magazines, and newsletters, as well as our own PACTS International Quarterly Journal. She also serves as a board member of PACTS International, further extending her commitment to social justice and community empowerment. Beyond her professional achievements, Nancy is a devoted mother and a loyal friend, known for her compassion and unwavering commitment to others. Kathy Meadows has been working with targeted individuals for 20 years. She has a master's in clinical psychology and a bachelor's in psychology from American International College. She also has experience as a crisis management consultant, a behavioral therapist for autistic children, and a drug and alcohol rehabilitation counselor. She is a member of the regularly initiated Psi Chi Society. She has won several awards in sociology as well as psychology. She is looking forward to expanding and giving more help to more people as much as possible. Nancy and Kathy, welcome to the program.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Barry.
Okay, thank you so much for participating. We look forward to what you guys have to say today.
Thank you. So today, Kathy and I'm Nancy Dunnigan, and Kathy and I are both therapists in the Los Angeles area. However, Kathy does provide direct service to individuals across the United States. Today, we're talking about involuntary hospitalization. This discussion is not exhaustive, and we do not claim to be experts in the field. However, we do work in the field. I'm currently employed at one of the hospitals and working in one of the emergency rooms with individuals that come in on a regular basis. This topic is especially sensitive, and it's critical for individuals in this forum and also in this community, considering that we are victims of trauma and are in recovery for trauma. Kathy, did you have something you'd like to add?
No, that's fine. That sounds good.
Okay, so let's just get right into the meat of it. So what is an involuntary hold? Well, in the state of California, it's referred to as a 5150. It's a section of the Welfare and Institution Code that allows an individual to be placed on a 72-hour hold. It's a 72-hour hold that's typically determined where an individual is determined to either be a danger to themselves, a danger to others, or what's called gravely disabled. On the 5150, again, individuals are usually taken into a hospital, sometimes in urgent care, and they are assessed by the social worker and then also assessed by one of the psychiatrists. However, prior to going to being transported to a hospital on an involuntary basis, many people in our community encounter difficulties on what to say or how to present when they're talking to a member of authority, meaning a police officer, or even here in California, a peace officer can also what's called a 5150 or a 72-hour hold. Kathy, do you want to provide some examples of that?
Well, I do know that when you're calling the police and you're complaining about targeting, if what you're saying sounds like it's a little off the rails or a little unbelievable, law enforcement officers might ask questions like, are you on medication? Do you have a history of mental illness? They might ask you for proof or evidence for what you're complaining about. In some cases, if the complaints are too bizarre, they will get you on a hold, a psychiatric hold. One example I have is someone who called me and was quite shocked that when he went to law enforcement and he went and walked right into the police station and he told them he was hearing voices from remote weapons military weapons being used on him. He was immediately put in a hospital. They didn't ask any more questions. They didn't comment about whether he was a danger to himself or the community. So that he was hospitalized immediately upon saying that. And I did ask him, I said, well, when you went to law enforcement and you told them you were hearing voices and that you were being hit with a remote weapon, you know, did you think for any at all that, they might think that you had a psychological disability? And he said, no, he didn't even think for 1 second that he had a psychological disability. He said, it's all over the internet. I just figured they knew about it. So a lot of my work with my people is what to say and what not to say to not get yourself into any trouble. I think it's hard enough getting law enforcement and psychologists and psychiatrists just to believe the simple things, just to say to them, hey, I'm being stalked by 20 cars at a time, blocking me in traffic, trying to cause accidents, people going in and out of my house, moving things around, taking things and moving them back again, illegal entry into the home, and vandalization, just stuff like that. They're already going to question your sanity. Once you jump into remote weapons, psychotronic weapons, it's going to get so much harder to convince them that that's happening. And also being in, the legal system, law enforcement looks for evidence. Do you have evidence for that? Do you have pictures? Now, I know Nancy herself did bring a stalker to court and won a restraining order because she had evidence. She had hard, cold evidence that she was able to show the judge. So, for instance, she had taken pictures or videos of the same car that had been following her all day long to different stores she went to and different parking lots she was in, and possibly for a couple of days at a time. I'm not sure how that went, but she had plenty of evidence to show that this same car was on her with time-stamped photographs from her phone. And so she was able to prove it. Proof is essential in these matters. So be careful what you say. Know that even the most benign thing, as we think of it, like group stalking by, dozens of people at the same time, is something they might not believe. Even though it sounds benign to us, it's not benign to the general public, I don't think, at this time.
Right, I
Thank you.
agree. So we do have to be careful how we present to authorities. I did win a 3-year restraining order against a young lady who was participating in the stalk in the building where I lived. I've just recently, as a matter of fact, back in July, filed a police report on actually a coworker who threatened me. And I did go to court about that. She actually quit the job and moved on to something else. So I wasn't able to pursue it because I actually didn't know where she had moved on to. But nonetheless, there are things that can happen. You can win in your cases. Kathy is correct. Try to focus more on things that are tangible, things that you that are evidence-based, that you do have evidence of. more so than things that are elusive and things that are difficult to prove. When you're placed on a 72-hour hold and you're calling the police like that, oftentimes they will think that perhaps you are having a mental health crisis. And like Kathy mentioned, they will ask you a number of different questions. Are you taking medication? Have you been previously hospitalized? And unfortunately, sometimes our families, they don't believe us. In fact, I tell you, and I've told many people that if this was not happening to me directly, it would be difficult for me to believe. It's something that's hard to wrap your head around. Many people just can't believe that something like that would be happening in this country. And sometimes I still try to struggle with trying to believe that it's happening, but it is in fact happening. All of you know that. But I do not recommend you try to convince anyone. If you encounter the police, of course, it is your call. Kathy and I are not trying to encourage you to quote unquote lie. You're welcome to share whatever you'd like, but just know that once you open, depending on what you say, once you open that line of questioning and that rabbit hole, you could very well end up on a 5150. And when you are hospitalized, they can hold you up to 72 hours. They can release you within that time if they deem that you are not a danger to yourselves or others. They can release you, but sometimes they do not. And again, depending on your psychological history, depending on who's making complaints, if it is a family member, oftentimes the police will defer to them. If your family is telling them, hey, she or he are imagining things, they don't believe you, and that you are saying things that they're unable to corroborate, they take that very heavily. They take family members and the things that they're sharing very heavily. It could very well work against you. And you could find yourself hospitalized for up to 72 hours or more. And again, depending on your history, if you have a mental health diagnosis, they will be able to see it, depending on if you're if the police that you encounter, if you're in that state. If you move to another state, if you're in a different state than the state that you were diagnosed in, it's likely that they may not see it unless you tell them that you moved from California to Michigan, or you moved from Idaho to, I don't know, anywhere, Arizona, it doesn't matter. If you don't tell them, they may not, I'm not certain, again, this is not exhaustive, but they may not, I feel very strongly, they may not be able to see it. Now, what's a concern to me is the fact that when an individual comes in and is placed on a 72-hour hold, when they're cleared, the hospital will notify the county in which they live in to let the county know that, hey, this person was on a hold. And of course, that becomes a record. And so, when the police encounter you after that, if they do, or any law enforcement official or anyone who wants to look up your background, they'll be able to see that you were detained on a 72-hour hold, or that you had a 5150. And every time that you are rehospitalized, they do notify the county after you are discharged. So that's huge. So if I were you, I would certainly be very careful when I encounter the police. Be very, very careful about what you say. When you encounter them, you do not have to volunteer information. You can just simply say, if whatever they're asking you about, of course, answer the question, but you can simply say, hey, am I free to leave? And just leave. Don't have casual conversation with them, because that can arouse suspicion. They have the tendency, or they can have the tendency to read into things because of their training. Yeah. So, Kathy, anything to add to that?
I want to ask a question. When they notify when you get hospitalized, and they notify the county, the obviously law enforcement, if law enforcement was involved, also has that information. Are they people able to, like, let's say, can a cop in North Carolina, find out that you were hospitalized in California through police records? Are those if that's interstate?
Well, if you report it, they have
Yeah.
to be alerted to the fact that you were previously a resident of New York. You were previously a resident.
Let's say you went and told the cops you're hearing voices. Cops put you on a hold. So you moved in California, then you moved to North Carolina. But if you don't tell the cops you were in California, they'll have no way of accessing California's law enforcement information on
Well,
their own
I'm not.
without you telling. It's not
Well,
nationwide, as there's no database. There's no central database then.
well, again, I'm not an expert in the field, but no, there's no way for us to know. In my work, we typically see individuals who come in on a 5150, an involuntary hold, and we're able to pull up their information and see every hospital that they've been to in that county's area. We can see what
Okay.
we can see what diagnosis they've been given. We can see what medication has been prescribed, and yeah, and we can see what medications have been prescribed. So,
Wow.
to answer the question, they won't typically try to look for any mental health records unless you report to them that you've lived in another state, and they can pull it up that way. But
I
if you
see.
live in
Okay.
California and you have a California license and you've been living in California, they don't have any reason to check Florida or Arizona or some other place unless you notify them. But yes, if you've been to the hospital and been on a 72-hour hold or even a 14-day hold, which we actually haven't gotten to yet, but if they have a reason to check and if you've reporting it to them, then yes, they're able to ascertain those records. Yeah.
So somebody who has been hospitalized in a county in California, no matter how many times they've been hospitalized, if they move to another state, there's no way for that other state to know that they've been hospitalized in California, unless you tell them.
Exactly. That's my understanding. Yes.
Nice.
Yes, that's my understanding. So when an individual is hospitalized on a 72-hour hold, and the doctors and social workers conduct an assessment, again, asking questions about the individual, reaching out to the individual's family, getting information to them about the person's level of functioning. The goal is just to help the person remain safe. They conduct an assessment with the end result to be sure that the person has the medication they need, if in fact they are diagnosed with a mental health diagnosis and they're off their medication, then the goal is to make sure that that person is safe and can actually return home safely. But we do know that in our community, there's a lot of misdiagnosing that's going on. Even with people that are hearing voices, a lot of them are diagnosed as schizophrenic, when in fact they may be presenting, which is some of the criteria. It's not all of the criteria for meeting the diagnosis of schizophrenia, but it is partial. It is a partial part of the diagnosis. But hearing voices could mean other things as well. It could mean that a person has been, if they don't have V2K, let's say if they don't have V2K, a police officer or someone that has the authority to place a person on a 5150 will assess for other things. Are you engaging in alcohol abuse? Are you engaging in some type of illegal substance? Sometimes those types of substances cause hallucinations and can make a person hear voices. However, again, we know that that's not what's happening in this particular community, that people in this community are experiencing V2K and are in fact victims of trauma.
Okay, let's see. Nancy, Kathy, are you guys at a point where you feel like you could field some questions?
Well, I would like
Or,
to.
Sure.
or
I would like to make another point.
okay,
I would like to say that when a person is, again, on an involuntary hold and you're taken to a facility and a hospital and they are conducting an assessment on you, I want to just inform you that if you continue to say things that they consider um, bizarre or they feel that you continue to be a danger to yourself, they can extend that hold. It then goes to what's called a 5250, and you are placed on a 14-day hold. Once you're placed on a 14-day hold, depending on your diagnosis, depending on how severe and persistent the diagnosis or mental illness is, they can seek what's called a REIS. Let's just say it's unfortunate, but again, many people in our community are diagnosed with schizophrenia when they in fact are not schizophrenic. If they continue to encounter law enforcement, they continue to be hospitalized, they can turn the hold again into a 14-day hold. If the doctors can tell that, okay, this person is repeatedly coming back, they're obviously not taking the medication because that is what they're going to conclude. But not only that, they can see it once they do a urinalysis, they can see everything that you've taken into your body. They can request that you're placed on what's called a REIS. And a REIS is something that they seek through the court system. So when you're placed on a 14-day hold, you have an opportunity to go before the court. The social worker on the unit will go before the court. They can go before the court with you if the doctors are seeking, again, a REIS. Again, the REIS allows the doctor to forcibly have you take the medication, meaning they would give it to you intravenously. They'd give you a shot. Yeah, they can seek that. And again, that's for individuals that are persistent and continue to come encounter law enforcement and end up on a hold. These are people that consistently and repeatedly end up on a 5150 and then hospitalized and back into the system once again. So they can seek what's called a REIS. It's very common. Again, you will go before a judge. And you have to be very careful about the things that you say. It's unfortunate, but we've talked about and discussed before how that's seems to be how this program was designed. But yes, yeah. So, Derek?
Okay, guys, you ready for audience questions?
Sure.
I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So, the police did an emergency detention on me. They showed up at my apartment. It tricked me, and I thought it was a friend, police officer of mine. They entrapped me. They got a emergency detention for 14 days. So, the I had gotten forensic evidence from Amy Holm with Amy's Audios proving that I was being electrocuted with directed energy weapons. And I had made an appointment to go out to New Jersey to get diagnosed with Havana Syndrome. So my gang stalkers, the people that are hurting me know everything that I do. They know that I got the forensic evidence, and they knew that I was going to New Jersey to be diagnosed correctly with Havana Syndrome and all my health problems from being electrocuted with directed energy weapons. The police showed up a week before I was planning to leave to go to New Jersey. So this appointment was on my calendar for over 2 months. They knew when I was leaving. They brought paperwork to the hospital that said that I was to be held for 14 days. So the beginning of the paperwork that they gave the hospital, the first page said amend it. Um, can you still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, so in that situation, my social worker at the hospital, he said, yes, this wasn't done correctly. You know, when I got there and they asked me why, so the paperwork said that I was being held because I'm paranoid delusional for posting on Facebook that I'm being tortured with directed energy weapons. So when I got to the hospital and they asked me why I was doing that, I said, because it's true. In law enforcement and the FBI, no one is doing anything. And I have been very careful in regards to calling the police and reporting to the FBI. I've never done it in an act of crisis. I've always gotten my documentation ahead of time. I can prove that, they were hacking my ADT security system and breaking in all the home invasions. And I mean, I have so much evidence. But again, it doesn't help when no one wants to help you. But so my question is, how do I seek justice for this fraudulent emergency detention? I mean, it says on the paperwork clearly that first page says amended. It says that the paperwork was filed within 48 hours of me being observed. So they had a doctor, a DO, sign paperwork saying that he had observed me for the initial 72-hour hold. They did not do a 72-hour hold. They intentionally did a 14-day hold. Took me to the hospital, gave the hospital paperwork saying that I was, to be held for 14 days. So I could not make it to New Jersey to get diagnosed with Havana Syndrome. However, I did get out. I got out in time because this is, as insane as, you know, the things that I talk about on social media, they're all true. They're all really happening. And I had the book Guinea Pigs by Dr. Hall with me. I was able to talk about your organization and targeted justice. And, my social worker there advocated for me. I mean, the psychiatrist kept putting, she's paranoid delusional. But the nurses there would write notes about me and say that you know this this could be happening. And so anyway, I want protection. I want, the police to get in trouble for not following the law and trying to prevent me from getting medical care. Have you heard about this happening before, and do you know how to go about getting justice for the um, actions that the police took?
Well, that sounds like a
I,
legal question. And perhaps the next speaker can shed some insight for you in that particular instance.
I'd like to ask a question. You mean they put you on a psychiatric hold, or the cops showed up at your door after you posted on Facebook?
Yeah, so
Was your face?
after I got forensic evidence from Amy Holm that, all this was happening, the Mother's Day weekend, they tortured me relentlessly. I mean, I thought I was going to die so many times. I was in so much pain, and I was doing live videos giving my testimony on Facebook. And so yes, the police came to my door.
Oh, wait a minute now. Wait a minute. I mean, this must be a very boring town if the cops have nothing to do but watch Facebook all day. So I'm assuming that somebody called the cops and said, "Hey, look what she's posting on Facebook.
No,
I
no,
think
the
she's
cops,
mentally ill."
No, the cops had been watching me for a long time. There are cops involved in my gang stalking. My
Okay.
ex, my yeah, this had been going on for 2 years, over 2 years, relentlessly. Them trying to set me up for me to go off, go postal, doing their street theater and setups out in public, trying to get me to go off and get arrested. So many times, of course, trying to make me become frantic and look like I am, mentally ill, because of all the times that they broke into my house
So
and
the
left
cops
me.
were following you on Facebook and they saw you post that, do a live post of your torture, and then
Yes.
they came and knocked them. Okay.
But the paperwork that they got a judge to sign off on has a doctor signing off saying that I'm to be held for 14 days. They signed, saying that they filed this paperwork within 48 hours of me being held. So they completely skipped the process of doing a 72-hour hold. They
Wow.
fraudulently told the judge that they already did it and they were filing for the 14 days. They did it a week before I was to leave for New Jersey. So they were trying to stop me from getting medical care and a correct diagnosis.
Yeah,
Wow, that's amazing that they
yeah.
pulled you off for making a post on Facebook. I've never heard of that. That's amazing. Thank you
Oh,
for your
I made
testimony.
many, many, many posts on Facebook. So I
Yeah, that
didn't
does
know.
happen. I've heard of that happening. Yeah, the
Yeah.
police are more vigilant about media, uh, social media posts nowadays because of, all the people doing the shooting and stuff like that. So they do monitor.
Hmm.
All I shoot is I
Okay.
just
Yeah,
shoot off my
makes
mouth.
sense.
That's all I have. That's all I have is social media because no one is stopping these criminals.
Right. Yeah. Unfortunately, and I'm sorry, I really am. I'm sorry that that happened to you like that. I'm sure it was just a horrific experience. It sounds like that was not your first encounter though with a hold. Is that correct?
That was my first encounter with a hold. Yes.
Oh, so you had never been placed on a hold. The very first time you were placed on a hold was 14 days?
Yes.
Okay, then you need to uh, reach out to your patient advocate. You need to reach out to your county's patient advocate. And if I were you, I'd file a complaint with the Department of Health. I'd file a complaint. I'd file a complaint with um, my city council. Yeah, because
So
your rights were definitely violated. Have you spoken with an attorney? Because
I have.
if your very first encounter with them ever was for them to come to your home and place you on a 14-day hold, then yeah, your rights have definitely been violated.
So
Have you sought legal advice like Derek mentioned?
I have been dealing with being tortured relentlessly. I became homeless. I lost my job, everything. I am finally in a good, I finally got into a good homeless shelter that does long-term case management. So now I am safe as can be. I mean, they still electronically harass me and stalk me whenever I leave, but I'm now at a place to where I can start taking action. I have a roof over my head now. I mean, I have been through hell,
Yeah,
absolute hell. But
I'm
so who
So,
should I
so
reach out to? You
I
said
think it
account.
would be, if you're going to file a lawsuit, it would be probably against the hospital that put you in, that first of all may have obviously misdiagnosed you, but have put you in on a 14-day hold instead of a 2-day hold or 3-day hold.
Okay.
Seems like
And
they're
she,
the ones that made the mistake.
okay. Well, also, I mean, the doctor that signed the paperwork, I mean, they lied, so that
Yeah.
doctor needs to be held liable as well. The judge probably not because the judge didn't know the doctor was lying. But
How did the doctor lie?
the doctor signed paperwork saying that they already evaluated me for 72 hours and they were requesting that I
Oh,
be held for
oh yeah,
14.
you have a suit against the medical profession there.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So the you I'm sorry, I don't know your names. I joined a little late, but you said
My
to
name is
contact.
Kathy.
Kathy, yes. The other woman said to contact a county patient advocate. Is that what you said?
I did. I
That's
said the
Nancy.
patient,
Yeah.
the patient rights for the hospital where you were detained. I'd send them a letter, as well as you'd have to find out the chain of command, and I'd send it all the way up. I'd copy everybody on it, and yeah, and I'd reach out to my city council also. Because if in fact you were detained on a 14-day hold, when the law explicitly states you have to, that's a uniform code. It has across the United States. It's on an involuntary hold starts with 72 hours. Again, they may not keep you the full 72 hours, but it starts with a 72-hour hold. And then after, once they assess you and determine based on your presentation, if they feel you need an additional 14 days, they can request a 14-day hold. But again, even in that interim, it goes before court. They notify you because they're supposed to make you completely aware why they're holding you, what their position is, whether you're a danger to yourself, and what they're specifically stating how they feel as though you're a danger to yourself. What is it that you said? What is it that you've done that makes them conclude that you're a danger to yourself or others, or either what's called gravely disabled, a
Yeah.
person that's unable to take care of themselves based on how you were presenting with them. If you have no place to go, you don't have any resources, you're unable to take care of your basic needs, you haven't eaten, you're not drinking any water, you just oftentimes those individuals may look like people we see in the street just yelling at the air. Oftentimes those individuals may be concluded as being gravely disabled, and then
Yeah.
sometimes they're just off their medication, but nonetheless, yeah, you do. I agree with Kathy. It does sound very much like you do have a case, but again, we're not attorneys.
Yeah,
Um,
I understand. But yes, they did not do a 72-hour hold. They brought
But it
paperwork
wouldn't be against the
for,
police. It wouldn't be against the police. It would be against the doctors in the hospital.
yeah, I know. And the so many of the police officers are good people, and they have no idea what is happening to targeted individuals. They're just they have no critical thinking skills, you know. But yeah, I mean, the deep state, had this done. The cops program, the people that are gang stalking me, they didn't want me to get medical help. They have other plans for me. But thank you for answering my question. I just wanted to validate that, it is illegal to initially do a 14-day hold without doing a 72-hour hold.
yeah, 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 without a doubt. And again, we're sorry that happened to you. We
Thank
really
you.
are. But please be careful when you encounter the police or any authority figure. Please be careful what you share, because they're not trained in the area. It's again, so many people are just, they don't understand. They're not going to understand what we're going through. And if you try to convince them or try to share it with them, depending on how deep you share, how much you share with them, it does make them concerned, and it makes them suspicious. So they begin to think that it's possible that you're coming apart or something.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Right.
I have never done that. I have never went to the police and said, this is what's happening to me. So this started after I broke up with my boyfriend, who I found out was involved in all kinds of deep state crimes, trafficking drugs, human trafficking. He's a gang stalker. He worked in apartment management all of his career, over 20 years, and so did his dad. But once we moved in together, he started revealing all these dark secrets, and that's when the relationship turned to him being violent and obsessive and controlling, and I had to get away, and I had to call the police on him twice when we lived together. So my initial police reports are in regards to domestic violence. And then after I left him is when the gang stalking started, and the home
Yeah,
invasion and all the hacking.
that
So
is so common.
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. So yeah, but yeah, it's a lot, and I'm a pretty, I'm an empath. and I'm a Libra. I can see how people, think, and, the processes, in order to get someone from point A to point B, what information do you need to tell them? And, over communicating about everything happening. I mean, they try to make me freak out so many times with me waking up to satanic ritual messages in my house. I never took the bait. I never called in crisis, ever. I get domestic violence advocates and made appointments ahead of time and presented evidence. So um, I'm trying to do everything the right way, but this isn't a fair game.
Yeah. Yeah.
But well, thank you for answering my questions.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Be careful on social media.
Yeah.
Be,
Okay,
stay strong, and when you encounter the authorities, the less you say, the better.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the
okay,
more you try to convince them, if at first somebody says, "Oh, I don't believe that," and you try harder, and then you're pointing to this and pointing to that, oh, they still don't believe you, and then you might reach a point of getting angry, and that's really when it goes off the rails. So if somebody doesn't believe you, go, well, okay, that's the way it is. I'm not going to argue about it,
Right.
and
Exactly.
and you know,
Yeah, I've come to that point. I mean, in the beginning, it was so, being violated in so many different ways, was so painful, to my heart and to my mind, and I was trying to figure it out and trying to get people to understand what was happening to me and that I need help. But there aren't a lot of people that can help, and these organizations like PACTS, it gives us support in a way to process what's happening to us, and strategies to cope, because it's a lot to cope with.
yeah.
But I do appreciate, another thing that I wanted to ask is, because they have me on my records, now I have, I'm getting food stamps. I lost my job because of all of this. And I'm on Medicaid now. And, Medicaid gets all of your mental health records. So I'm in the process. I'm on short-term disability. I worked for my job for 4 years, and I had to take off in February of 2025 because of the severe attacks, the constant electrocuting my brain to where I had vertigo, all the Havana Syndrome symptoms, even to the point of losing consciousness, the next day. So they really tortured me bad. I took short-term disability FMLA leave from work, and my company terminated my position while I was on FMLA leave. So I have the right to sue. The EEOC gave me the right to sue them. But because of all of the attacks on me, and like I got my short-term disability insurance payments initially, and then once I got my primary care wrote it for 8 weeks, then she wrote it for another 8 weeks to get me out to New Jersey to get the Havana syndrome. But once I got diagnosed with Havana syndrome, the insurance company wanted to stop paying me, so I had to go through an appeal process from July until last week.
okay.
I
I'm
had
sorry to
no
interrupt, but we do have to move along because we do
I
have
had a I
multiple
had a
speakers.
question. I had a question, and that's why I was given the backstory.
Oh,
I want to get a correct mental health diagnosis from someone that knows about the program. So a psychiatrist, a psychologist that can give a correct diagnosis that it's post-traumatic stress disorder from
Okay,
trauma.
Kathy, Nancy, do you guys know somebody you can recommend real quick?
well, what state are you in?
Indiana.
Okay. Um, uh, I do not know. You need a clinical social. I'm a clinical social worker, but I am in California. I don't have jurisdiction to write a whole I'm sorry, an assessment in Indiana.
If I came
Um,
to visit for like 2 or 3 days, could you?
no, you're not, but you're not a resident
So you have to
of
be a resident.
California. Yeah, you have to
So what
be
is this
in order.
for? Is it for a court case that you want this documentation? What do you want it for?
For court case, for my SSDI, I do not want the government saying that I'm paranoid delusional and they're giving me SSDI. I have post-traumatic
Yeah,
stress disorder.
I can do documentation for that, which I've been doing for 20 years now for targeted individuals to help them in their court cases. Basically, the documentation, in essence, will say that you are not mentally ill, that you are being targeted, as you've tried to explain to others. Only it's done very formally with my name and master's clinical psychology phone number. My phone number is 707-720-7137.
Okay, I'm going to read that back to you. I have 707-720-7137.
That's right. And I've been doing this for 20 years now. And I even wrote one for James Walberg, if you know of him. And of course, he got his restraining order in court.
Yes.
So let me help you with that when you're ready. Okay, we'll discuss it when you call.
Thank you so very much.
Okay, great.
You're welcome.
Thanks so much, Nancy, Kathy, guys. Appreciate your presentation.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so well, we're going to have to move along. We appreciate all you guys work and everything. We have to move along to our next speaker, who is Diana Farinelli, who was director of a criminal defense law firm for a decade, which encompassed the federal, superior, and municipal courts and all law enforcement agencies. Her background also includes casino licensing and regulatory compliance in the state of New Jersey, and slot machine licensing throughout all states and other countries. Diana, if you could unmute your line.
There we are. Okay, great. So I don't have a lot of time to talk. I know there's 45 minutes and I know, so I'm trying to gauge this for a half hour and then if anybody has any questions. So I'm going to get right to the point. This binder right here, hopefully everybody can see, is what went to the attorneys, the law firm that is representing individuals in the state of New Jersey. Now, in this binder, there's a lot of materials, and there are going to be some things that I'm going to say on this call that probably not everyone will agree with, but attorneys work with factual information and the law. And the law did not keep up with the technology. It's as simple as that. Most attorneys, and I'm going to say 95% of them, have no idea that this program is going on. And I'm being dead serious. Dead serious. They have no idea. Now, the reason it's difficult for this community to find an attorney to represent them to be successful is because before you get to the attorney, you have to have factual documentation. That's how it works. On top of that, and I know also this community at times has an issue with trying to obtain funds in order to get testing. But diagnostic testing and the actual patented technology, along with the lack of the law, is actually what's going to move us forward, which is going to expose this program. Now, I'm going to say a couple things here that I already know are not going to be go over well with the TI community, and I understand that. I already know what's out there. I know everything that's out there. But again, they have done an awesome job, and I know it doesn't seem this way, but they've done an awesome job in keeping this quiet. Now, I know you're all going to say, but it's not quiet. No, it is quiet. It, for the individual that's being targeted, you think everybody and their mother knows. And I'm telling you, for a fact, they don't. They do not know. It may seem that way, and that's the psychological portion of this. And this technology can make the deaf hear, can make the people that can't speak speak. This technology is unbelievable technology that's being utilized for nefarious purposes. So, in this binder, okay, is the Cures Act, patents, test results, um, a lot of documentation that attorneys need something to grasp to start moving the ball forward. And hopefully, in my short time, I'm going to be able to give you some direction on how to get to the attorney. Because if you don't have a good portion of what I'm describing here, it's going to be difficult to find an attorney. Also, let me just clear up a couple things. Attorneys work in a couple ways. My background was criminal defense, so when a person committed a crime, depending upon the level of the crime, we would charge a flat rate and we got paid upfront first. Then you've got attorneys that are pro bono attorneys, which means they don't collect a dime from beginning to end. And I can tell you, most attorneys, 99% of them, do not do anything for free. This type of a matter, I don't know any attorney out there that's going to work for free. Now, having said that, there's attorneys, when they get a case like this, okay, a lot of medical malpractice, personal injury attorneys will work on a 1/3 basis. And what that means is, let's just say the winnings are $1 million. The client doesn't have to pay any upfront money, but at the end, the attorney or law firm will take out 1/3 and any expenses that they incurred to put on the lawsuit. Okay? So to find an attorney out there that's going to do this pro bono is probably going to be very difficult. The odds are better served for you of where you're going to find an attorney who is willing to do the 1/3 basis, where they see this case and they're looking at the end result, because no attorney is going to take it unless they think there's a good chance of them winning. And they're going to take 1/3 off the top and then any expenses. Now, if an attorney takes our case, you can assume the number is going to be pretty high. And that's why they're taking the case, because it's winnable. The cases are winnable for TIs as long as you have the appropriate documentation. And that's what I'm going to talk about now. Now, I know we've all heard of Jesse Beltran. We've heard of John Kingston. I'm just going to stay with those two gentlemen for right now. I know it costs money to get tested by these gentlemen, but this is the beginning of you presenting your case to an attorney, okay? So if the community is out there, if you have not gotten scanned by Jesse Beltran, who does the radio frequency testing, and I know he's expanding his testing, but for right now, I'm going to talk about his radio frequency testing. It's the findings in the report that are valuable for the attorney to look at. And in Jesse Beltran's report, the radio frequency report, he specifically, not totally, but sort of narrows down who may be utilizing the frequencies that are being surrounding your body, okay? Then we go to John Kingston. Now, John Kingston offers the nonlinear junction scan, and what that test does is it finds the semiconductors, and literally that's the verbiage that he used, but you can call them an implant, biosensor, whatever name you want to call them. There's a foreign body inside of your body. Now, for me, I have one in my left ear, literally in my heart, my left shoulder, one in each kidney, and one in my abdomen. Now, that testing with the nonlinear junction scan brings you then to the next test that he offers, which is the ultrasound test. Now, these are my ultrasound results right here. The thing that's good about getting the ultrasound, okay, is that the ultrasound specifies where each implant is, and it is sized up, okay? And not only that, you have images, okay? Now, that's 3 tests I talked about: the radio frequency testing report, the nonlinear junction scan, the ultrasound report. Now, with this ultrasound report right here, and I'm well aware these 3 tests you need to pay out of your pocket, and they're not covered by insurance. I got that. But the thing is, specifically, this ultrasound, the only way you can get the ultrasound done is by, and I believe Jesse Beltran is going to be offering a nonlinear junction scan at some point, and also an ultrasound test. But for right now, John Kingston does that. You see, with this ultrasound, you're able to present it to a doctor, which I have, okay? And the doctor, and I'm going to use my left ear for an example. So the doctor was able to look at the ultrasound report and look at the image and say, yeah, he called it a mass in your left ear. Right, there is, and it's already been sized up because they have done an awesome job of keeping this quiet. Now, throughout our period of time of being a targeted individual, when we would go for testing, the average radiologist, and it doesn't matter if it's up, I live in New Jersey, so the closest world-renowned hospitals to me are in Philadelphia. And I can tell you, even dealing with those doctors up there who are world-renowned doctors, one of the doctors said to me, the radiologist doesn't know what to look for. That's right. That's right. That's why on this ultrasound test that you would get done, it's sized up and it gives the area, not the specific area, but it gives the area to where now when you take it the next step further and you go and get either an MRI or a CAT scan done, which is normally covered by your insurance, okay, the radiologist know what to look for. Now, I'm already aware that there's probably individuals out there being like, I don't have the money to spend to get testing. And I appreciate that. I really do. But I'm sorry, I'm somebody who sort of tells it the way it is. Unless you have documentation that's going to get the interest of the attorney, it is going to be very difficult to get an attorney for a microwave weapon. And I'm being serious. Why? Because it's hard to prove that. Now, the implants, and I know this is hard to believe too, but this technology, there's actual patented technology, which I'm actually going to give to you people, the numbers. So when you go to an attorney and you get your testing, you can hand them everything all wrapped up in a bow so they know what they're dealing with. I know what's out there in the community. I'm aware of it. But this technology is actually patented. And a lot of this technology, when you read the patent, specifically states that a biosensor, an implant, it doesn't matter what you call it, needs to be either surgically implanted underneath your skin or just beneath your skin. That, between your test results and your patents, there you go. That's enough for an attorney to move, because now an attorney is going to look at your medical history and they're going to ask you for everything. And they are. I personally was a heart failure patient at Johns Hopkins. Johns Hopkins is all over. The people in our group in Jersey who have counsel, Johns Hopkins is all over everybody's reports. I've been at Penn hospitals.
Down?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did someone have a question? No? Okay. So no, in my past. So, like in 2013, I was a patient in the Penn hospitals. And in 2014, I was a heart failure patient in the Johns Hopkins Hospital. So that would be too long of a story to go into. But what I'm saying is the attorneys need to sink their teeth into somebody. And I recommend strongly that no one say to an attorney that someone came into your residence and implanted you. That may be. But if you say that, you're going to turn the attorney off. They're not going to listen. Because they, are not aware of this technology. There's no laws to really help the TI community at this juncture. There will be down the line, but not now. There's no electronic laws. And as a matter of fact, here's the book I just actually, which is going to bring me to the Cures Act in a minute. See this book here? This is the New Jersey Criminal Code. There's no electronic laws in here unless you're on a computer, but that's something different. This is the criminal code right here. Now, I say that because there are criminal laws out there, but there's nothing right now that, for an example, for men and women who experience electronic sexual assault, there's sexual assault criminal offenses, but there's no electronic sexual assault offenses, as far as I'm aware of, at least not in Jersey, not in any other state that I'm aware of. Now, I wanted to share this criminal code right here. This is Jersey. You see how thick this book is. This is the formal book. This is what attorneys use right here, this book. Your law enforcement agencies, when they're arresting somebody or want to charge somebody with a criminal offense, they're going to use the dumbed down version, which is what most people use. And this is the police manual. This is what all law enforcement agencies use when they're getting ready to charge somebody. Now, the reason I want to bring this up is because this book right here is the summary version, and I'm using that word on purpose, is the summary version of the actual formal criminal code. So I want to talk about the Cures Act for a minute. And this is something that you might want to mention to your attorney, because not many attorneys are familiar with Section 3024 of the Cures Act. Now, in the Cures Act, there is the formal federal law of Section 3024. But the summary section, which is the dumbed down version, if you will, okay, says something different in Section 3024. So I'm going to say it just like that instead of wasting my time here and getting into particulars. So when you go to your attorney, you want to have patents, you want to have your test results, and you want to mention about this Cures Act, Section 3024. There's the summary version, which says one thing, and then the formal federal one that says something else. That's all you need to say, because they're going to know when they look it up. There's an argument to be made right there. Now, I don't have a lot of time left, so I want to get into the patents that is going to catch the attorneys, so they are aware that the technology is out there. And by the way, the Cures Act went into law on December 13th, 2016. So for the patents, this is what I'm going to do to make it quick. There's about 20 patents that I'm going to give you the numbers. I'm going to quickly give the name, but it's the numbers that are important because the attorneys will be able to pick them up. In these patents, talks about, and this is just in general, there's a lot more, but this is just getting to the point so you can build your case, because until you have this documentation, okay, it's going to be very difficult to get an attorney to listen to you. So there's a patent called the implantable cochlear system with inner ear sensor. That's right. And it talks about where it needs to be implanted. That's right, in the inner ear. So those of us who experience V2K, which I do, okay, and it's more specifically in my left ear where a device was found. And by the way, these implants that were implanted in individuals, they were done deliberately. So it's going to be a little difficult, even though I know it's out there, where, that somebody off the street just might have implanted you. They're done deliberately, and the testing will show that. So the patent number is 11806-531. The next patent is 10163-055B2. And that is routing for biological host. And then we have a patent for mind-controlled virtual assistant, which you might have seen this patent through Jesse Beltran, 2015 004 5007. Unlocking a body area network, patent 2013 019 4092. Remote health monitoring system, patent 8478 418B2. Patent method and apparatus of pulsed light for the central nervous system, 2013 001 3030. Telepatry system and method, patent 2010 022 5501. Patent radio frequency detection and identification system for implantable medical devices. And by the way, in law, when a medical device would be considered an implant, just want to let you know, so it can go by different names: biosensor, an implant, a medical device. Okay, they all mean the same thing. 2006 0212 096. And I know I'm moving this along. I'm just cognizant of the time that I have to speak. The next patent, method and apparatus for transmitting power and data using the human body. This is patent 6754 472B1. The next patent is for audibly communication with speech. And as you know, the V2K, a lot of us experience the forced speech. Patent 6587 729B2. Nervous system manipulation, patent 6506 148B2. Method and device for implementation of the radio frequency hearing effect, patent 6470-214-B1. Now, there's a couple more patents here, and I know my time is almost up. So I want to just reiterate that before you seek out counsel, and you need to understand that the attorney you want to seek out is the one wherever the state you live in. Okay. Now, there's many attorneys that are licensed in not only the state that you live in, but in other states. But you need to initially get the attorney that is licensed that you state that you live in. You don't even want to think about calling an attorney until you have your test results. I already know what's out there, people. I'm telling you, for us to make headway, these are the things you need right now to get the attention now of an attorney. It is your test results and the patents. That perks up their ears because the technology is there and you've been tested. Okay. Derek, do I have a couple more minutes, or how am I on time?
Okay, yeah, if you have something else you'd like to share, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to state that I know throughout the community, this isn't exactly what you wanted to hear as far as getting an attorney. It is difficult because most of them are not aware of what is going on. I can't emphasize that enough. They're not aware of it. And if they are aware of it, it is few and far between. And the attorneys, the type of attorneys you want to reach out to are more of the personal injury, medical malpractice attorneys, because those attorneys work off of a 1/3 basis where the individual doesn't need to pay upfront. And in most cases, the implants in individuals, and you'll come to find if you get tested that you probably have implants. I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. A DEW weapon, you can't, there might be patented technology for it, but it's very difficult to prove. So attorneys can only sink their teeth into what is out there, literally a piece of paper that they're able to work with.
You said medical malpractice, and what was the other one?
Medical malpractice or personal injury attorney.
Okay.
Yes. And again, the reasoning being because those type of attorneys will assess a case and they work off of the end number. So if they win $1 million, I'm just using that, they take 1/3 of that end number and whatever it costs them to put on the case. So I do have other patents, Derek, but I want to be cognizant of my time, and I don't know if anybody has any questions. So you guide me and let me know how I should proceed.
I think that perhaps you should field some questions, and then maybe we can look at patents later or something.
Very good.
Because, well, there's probably several questions. Guys, if you have a question for Diana, go ahead and unmute your mic. And
I have a question, Derek.
yeah, go ahead.
So she said it was very difficult for us to be able to prove DEW weapons. What, where do we go with that? I mean, that's probably 99.9% of the people who are being targeted.
Yes, I hear you. And that is exactly what they want you to think. I'm aware of that. I got that. And unfortunately, for right now, unless somebody's got a videotape, literally, of a DEW weapon coming through your house, I don't know any attorney out there, unfortunately, that is going to be able to work with that because it's it's hard to prove. Radio frequencies being emitted from your body, implants that are in your body. And by the way, the attorneys that I'm dealing with don't necessarily feel if you have an implant that they should be removed from your body. The reason being because there's been a case or two where some implants have been removed from the body and then they conveniently get lost.
Yeah.
And that is an issue. So, frankly, the attorneys that we're dealing with, the implants should stay in our bodies. So, to answer
So I
the question,
wonder if, yeah, thank you for that. I wonder if your team is not willing to form a team in different states, because this is, as you already know, happening across the board as well as internationally. Is there any possibility of that? Just because it is very difficult for any of us to obtain legal, and furthermore, get a doctor to state that this is the issue or that is the issue for whatever the reason may be.
that is
Is
why
it
I'm on this call.
possible?
I got it. That is why I'm on this call. Because the more attorneys that TIs can get the ear of in a particular state, attorneys work off of other attorneys. Now, again, I'm aware of all the nonsense that's out there in the community. Okay. But attorneys work with documentation and fact. Okay. I know that it does cost money to get these testing done from Jesse Beltran and John Kingston, but you've got to start somewhere. There's no laws out there technically for TIs. This program has been kept so quiet for so long. I got to hand it to them. The best and brilliant minds did a good job. And I'm going to share with you, when I'm 66 years old, there's a generation after me. I have children and grandchildren. Okay. When you've got two generations after myself that are being implanted,
Okay.
they need the implants to do their thing, which is why I was talking about this patented technology. I already know all the nonsense that's out there about do weapons, and I'm not calling it nonsense. It's just that it's hard to prove. The attorneys can't go anywhere with that, period. They just can't. So I'm on this program. So hopefully to rile up this community, to find the money if you can, and I know money is an issue, to get the money to get tested, to get to the point where we are. And it does take a lot of determination. It does take some money. Both Jesse Beltran and John Kingston tried to work with the individual for testing. And really, for the way medical costs are today, the cost for their testing is pretty reasonable, because each test guides you to the next one. And you're able to finally, after the ultrasound test, to get to a doctor where they can order a CAT scan or an MRI that is normally covered under your insurance and can be utilized in a court of law.
Okay.
So one more
thank you.
question, and I'll turn it over, Derek. Thank you.
Please
Are
please
you
make it brief.
reachable?
Yes.
Are you reachable?
Well, if anybody would like to reach out, what I would recommend is that, and if Derek, if this is all right with you, that they may email you and we can go from there. Because I'm in the state of New Jersey, and I'm well aware that, and I'm sure that there's people from other countries joining in. I don't know the law in other countries. In the United States of America, that's a little bit different. It's more specifically in New Jersey. But attorneys, if we can get attorneys throughout the states to work on the same thing, this is how things are able to be broken wide open, just like that. So even our law firm, are there any other attorneys out there that have worked on this? No, there's not, really. And believe me, I've assessed pretty much every case that there is out there in the United States. Of we might have been able to use some of their evidence, but there's been no one we could call up where the attorney could talk to another attorney and then they can go back and forth to try to move things forward.
Okay,
And
thank you,
Were
Diana,
you
for that
saying that
answer.
we shouldn't have? Were you saying we shouldn't have the implant removed because it'll get lost?
Oh, they'll take it.
You can't trust it.
They'll find it. Can I ask a question?
Okay, one at a time, please.
The thing is, when it comes to implant removal, this is the situation. There is an individual who had 3 implants removed. The doctor took them out, and unfortunately, they never made their way back to the client to be able to go to trial because the doctor and the client, I'm just going to make it simple, got into a little argument, and the doctor ended up keeping the implants. So the long and short of it is this, that when they're in your body, they can't get lost. That's it. B, when you have an implant removed, for it to be utilized in a court of law, there's this verbiage called a chain of custody. And what that means is it needs to be filmed, it being removed from your body. Where did it go? What did the doctor do with it? How's it being handled? Where is it going to be stored at? It's something that, and that's the thing I want to let you know. So even though us TIs are going to move along as plaintiffs, we would be the plaintiff. We're suing. We're the plaintiff. You've got defense counsel. Now I'm going to tell you whether it's a governmental agency, a research hospital or institution, they got the best attorneys out there. They are paid to limit any bad exposure for their client. So those defense attorneys, you try to get an implant removed and there's not a chain of custody, the defense attorneys will be all over that. They will be all over that like no tomorrow, and it may not be able to be brought upon as evidence to the court. Because if there wasn't an appropriate chain of custody from when the implant was taken out of you till it ends up in the courtroom, then you have a problem, and it won't be utilized as evidence anyway because the defense attorneys will be on top of that.
Okay.
So I have a question, real quick. So how did you approach the attorneys? Because one of my problems that I'm having, I have 2 separate cases that have good hard evidence. However, when I contact an attorney, it seems as though they get a phone call right behind me, and the next thing I know, they're like not taking the case, or something that is different. So how were you able to get them? I mean, I've sat down face to face with attorneys, and I had one that was like, he literally told me that, he would, but it would be brutal. Because he knew that they would go after him. So I would like to know what approach do you take to actually get an attorney who's going to take the case? I have hard evidence that I have a case in court, and I have one that really has potential for court. So I mean, how do you get these attorneys? How are you able to get them?
So let me ask you something. What's your evidence? Just real quick.
So one is an employment case. It has nothing to do with the medical part. It's an employment case. Discrimination, and then the other one is court documents that shows that my house was under surveillance, and I literally had to go to the AI program. There's some legal AI programs that will write briefs for you and complaints for you. I had to do that to actually get my case in court so that I would not lose the time, because you're given that time limit. So the court is still in court. However, when it comes down to this taking depositions and everything. I know that I'm not going to be able to do that. So I'm looking for an attorney who would take the case.
Okay, unfortunately, what you're talking about is not sort of what I'm talking about.
Right, but I'm saying, how were you able to get an attorney to even look at your case? That's what my question is. How are you able to pull in these attorneys? Because, I've had friends who referred attorneys to me, and they were willing, but then it's like a couple of days later, I'm getting a phone call, well, we can't take your case, blah, 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 blah. It's crazy.
Well, before the phone call is made to the attorney, you need to have the documentation in front of you. That means the patented technology. That means your test results. That means you've exhausted all your testing. You have the patented technology in front of you, and then you make your phone call to the attorney, and not beforehand. That's what gets their attention. Anything prior to that, most attorneys are busy. I'm going to be really straight with you. Most attorneys are busy. And when they're looking to take on a case, I got to be honest with you, when we did criminal defense, or when I did criminal defense, cases were decided upon within seconds. And I'm being dead serious, if we were going to be taking a case or not. That's exactly how most attorneys work. They want to hear the evidence, and they want you to get to it, and get to it quick.
Right.
Okay, because they don't have a lot of time. So if you're saying you got A, B, C, D, and E test result, and you've got the patented technology, there you go. They got something to work with. And if you've got some medical procedure, surgery, most of us have had some type of medical care, they're able to sink their teeth into that. And with the radio frequencies that they find, which are being allocated to governmental agencies and these research institutions and hospitals, they're able to finally do something with that. So you need to have the evidence first before you call the attorney.
So you're saying that your case is against a private industry and not a government agency?
No, I'm not saying that at all. As a matter of fact, there may be a couple governmental agencies sued along with medical institutions and hospitals. But as the attorney said to me, sometimes you have to let the doctors fight it out. That's right. Because, unless somebody is a turncoat, you're not going to know specifically that exact person who may have implanted you. And again, I'm talking about people getting tested for radio frequency detection and to see if they have implants in their body. And I'm pretty certain on what I'm saying here, which is why I'm being so adamant. I know everything that's out there in the TI community, but this patented technology talks about implanting the individual beneath the skin. That's how they're able to accomplish what they're doing. That is something that an attorney can sink their teeth on. So if you have a patent and you got an implant, there you go. They're able to move with something like that because there's really no laws out there to help the TI community at this point. There will be eventually, but there are none really right now.
I have a question. Let me ask you this real quick. What kind of laws would you like to see on the books that would help our case? What kind of laws would you like to see?
Well, first one right off the bat, electronic sexual assault.
Oh, yes.
Electronic sexual assault. Now, there's sexual assault on the books, obviously, federal, state laws, blah, blah, blah. There's no electronic sexual assault. And let me just talk, I know that is a subject that people want to shy away from. But this is the thing. Basically, it's a fancy word for rape.
Yep.
Now, most men and women cannot make up, I'm electronically sexually assaulted. How would you even make that up?
You can't.
But unless it's been done to you, okay, you can't make it up. And when you've got hundreds, thousands of men and women talking about electronic sexual assault, and I just want to share this. When I initially was conferring with the lawyers that now have our trade case, that was the first thing I brought up. Electronic sexual assault. I've experienced it along with the other individuals, which they all talked about. But my point is, that is the biggest thing. Now, normally sexual assault in most states in the United States of America is a second or first degree offense.
Serious.
That is a major prison time. And that's for it happening one time. And as we all know, they can do that one time or hundreds of times to a man or to a woman.
Okay. I believe a caller had a question.
I have a question as well.
Go ahead with your question.
My name is Beatrice. Hi. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. My case is in 2 states. New York, it started the violence. I had a bladder implant for almost 12 years. And before it was removed, several car accidents were happening around me and a hit and run within 5 months. The implant was removed after that because my bladder started working on its own. Okay, there was torture involved in the meantime during this whole episode. And I was told by my urologist that I was the first person to ever have a bladder implant removed due to it to working on its own. But prior to going into surgery, before removing that, I told her what was happening to me. And she did one follow-up appointment and then dropped me as a patient, knowing what I had told her. And then from that point on, I ended up with a hip replacement 8 months later. This was all done through weapons of mass destruction we know as energy weapons. And so from that point on, I mean, I've had so many surgeries, like every 6 months, it's a procedure. And I've never been this unhealthy in my entire life. So my question is, I do need to find an attorney once I get all this testing done. But number 2, first, I've been diagnosed with Havana Syndrome and energy weapons. I made an appointment to see Dr. Hoffer December 5th of last year. He could not diagnose me because he said the government won't let him. He said, but he put energy weapons and tinnitus on my diagnosis, which is in my face. So
The issue with Havana syndrome, let me just touch on that for a minute. This is the
please.
issue of Havana syndrome. And I already know this is not going to come out the way anybody wants to hear it, but it is what it is. Havana syndrome is almost like a dumbed down version of what actually TIs are experiencing. I believe that most, and the testing shows this, that normally when you are tested, you're going to see that there's an implant normally at your brainstem. And most neurologists, they might diagnose you with Havana syndrome, but they're not looking for that implant because they don't even know it exists.
Right.
When you get the nonlinear junction testing done, along with the radio frequency testing, because it picks up a lot of times that implant, and then you finally get the ultrasound testing, which picks up the size of that implant. Now, if a neurologist diagnoses you with Havana syndrome, you can go back to them and say, I got an implant on my brainstem. They might have taken films. Can they find it now, especially after it's been sized up? And so my thing is, I hear you with the Havana syndrome, but you might want to get testing done to see if you have an implant, because if that implant that they took out from your bladder, I'm going to assume that implant's correct.
I say it again. You went.
I assume that implant is gone.
Yes, 5 years now.
Right. So you're not going to be able to do anything with that, which is why most attorneys recommend that you keep the implants inside your body. Now, after a court case is done, that's a different story. But in the meantime, they can't get lost. They're in your body.
Yeah, they were adamant about removing it. Adamant. Within months of me telling her that something mattered, it shut it off in November. January, it was removed. 2 months. And I had it almost 12 years. So I'm like, something's not right here. And she drops me after that. She didn't want to have anything to do with me as a patient. You would think after having this for 12 years that she'd want to follow up with you. That's not the case at all.
Well, she probably was not comfortable in finding an implant.
Right.
You don't know what went on behind the scenes.
Well, if you have the number, you can Google it.
I mean, you know, it is what it is. I know everybody wants to get their implants out, but to move things along in a court of law, they're probably best served inside your body. They can't
Right.
get lost.
I
And
do.
you don't need a chain of custody.
Okay, I've had 2 brain scans. They found white mass. The level, when I'm not sure if I'm going to have that looked into more. I'm waiting to get a 3rd brain scan. I mean, I've really done my diligence with this, and I followed up with a lot of stuff. But now that I have this, I have something to go on, and I'm very appreciative. Thank you. It's very
Yes.
informative.
The radio frequency testing, the nonlinear junction scan testing, and the ultrasound testing is imperative, along with the patented technology, and then the attorneys can move forward with that information.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, you know, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to Diana because really this is the first time our community has really ever had a conversation about legal matters with someone in the legal field. And it is so important for us to have a basic understanding of how that works because many of us, that's the first thing that we think about, you know, bringing a case to court. So this is a valuable conversation that we're having right now. The first time ever, actually, that we've had, you know, a really in-depth conversation about how to gather evidence, how to structure a case, and things like that. So this is very important. So we might have time for one more question before we have to move along.
I'm just wondering, do we actually say to the attorney, I am getting harassed or tortured by this, and here's my evidence, or will we lose an attorney's attention if we start with that?
Well, you actually bring up a very good question, and I'm going to be straight with you. I was offered a half-hour consultation, if you will, with the attorneys, and I needed to be very careful, if you will, on how I presented this case. And one of the things I did not say was that I experienced V2K. That was kept out of the equation. Why? Because again, attorneys are not aware of this technology unless they were a patent attorney for the technology, or there's an attorney that represents 1 or 2 of these companies and they're aware of this technology and how it can be utilized. But good question. I would not use the word tortured either. I almost would sort of use flowery more language. I know it's not what people want to hear, but sometimes you need to do what you need to do to get the job done. Attorneys, again, work off of fact. When you talk to somebody and tell them, I'm being tortured, yes, we are being tortured. But when you start out by saying that you have this documentation because something was bothering you in your body and you found out that you've been implanted and you're not quite sure how it got there. You did have a surgery, possibly at Johns Hopkins. I'm using that because that happened to me. And I have an implant in my heart, and I was a heart failure patient with them. But my point is, so you sort of want to talk about it and you say, and on some of the research that I've done, there's actual patented technology for this. So you do, and I'm being really straight here, and I know it's not what anybody wants to hear. You do sort of have to be cognizant on how you're presenting this to the attorneys, which is why your documentation, your evidence will speak volumes. Now, there is going to come a time after they want to look at your case and they examine it, they're going to ask you, what harm have you experienced with this technology or these biosensors, medical devices, whatever you want to call them? This is where now you sort of talk about everything that you've experienced. And I'm not talking about gang stalking. I'm not talking about anybody robbing your house. I'm not talking about how they go after your phone. I'm talking about what is going on inside of your body. They're not going to be able to help with all those other things. That someday will come out. But for right now, these attorneys, again, are working with blinded. I'm going to put it like that because they're not aware of this technology. They're not aware of this program. And even though it's out there, that everybody's aware of it, I'm telling you, they're not. They are not. Are not. They've done an excellent job keeping this quiet.
I just wanted to add that there is a case for Miss Kathleen Watterson where she won an electronic harassment case in California. So that's out there. Maybe the attorneys can look at that.
Oh.
And she had a expert witness, Levi McCant, and they proved it in court and she won. So that's there.
Electronic harassment with an implant?
Well, I'm not. It was. It says here when a California targeted individual victim of a secret cell tower radio frequency-based direct energy weapons won her case in Joshua Tree Superior Court against her perpetrator.
Okay, well, I'm familiar with that case. Basically, it was a restraining order that she was able. She got a temporary restraining order, but she was not able to get a permanent restraining order.
Right.
So that's basically what happened with her case.
Okay. Well, with that being said, isn't that like enough evidence that the attorneys can actually have some level of proof
No,
that that's happening?
no. When Derek was just talking about a temporary restraining order, we handled temporary restraining orders in our criminal defense law firm. And to get even just a final restraining order is extremely difficult. The fact that the individual didn't get a final restraining order means there wasn't enough proof for a final restraining order to go into effect. Only a temporary was issued.
Okay. So she obviously didn't have the RF scan that identified that she was implanted. So I'm not seeing that. When I looked in the case, I didn't see any of that. So the concrete evidence that needs to be presented is the evidence of implants. That's first.
Well, you really want to get the radio frequency testing done because it's the findings that are important there for the attorney to actually look at, where it shows the governmental agencies that's assigned to, along with specific hospitals and research laboratories. Okay. And then with that, the nonlinear junction scan, because you can't get an ultrasound done unless you get a nonlinear junction scan first to show exactly where the semiconductors may be located in your body. Once that's done, then you're able to get the ultrasound done, which would then size up and it states the area of where it is in your body. From there, you then can go to a regular medical doctor and get a CAT scan or an MRI. And then the radiologist will be able to know what they're looking for based upon the ultrasound that you would have had done previously.
Okay. Now, did you get your scan from Jesse or from John Kingston?
Both. I got a radio frequency detection scan done by Jesse Beltran, and through John Kingston, I had a nonlinear junction scan done along with an ultrasound scan.
How much was the nonlinear junction scan?
$1,000.
Okay. Now, when you went to see him, did he have a discount rate for both the RF scan and the nonlinear junction scan?
I don't know about. I can't talk about John Kingston's pricing.
Right.
I can answer that question.
Okay.
I can
Now,
answer
does
that
anybody
question.
know? Because I tried to find him online. I know Jesse Beltran.
I can answer that question.
Okay. Well,
John King.
let me finish
You
real
want me
quick.
to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just let me finish. So with John Kingston, his information is not like readily available online. Can you give people where to go to find him? I know he's in Utah, but there's like
Yeah,
a bunch of them. Like Kingston is a huge family in Utah. So
as a
As I
matter of
stated, I
fact,
can answer that question. I
Okay,
can
she's
answer
trying to
all of your
answer your
questions.
question.
Oh my God.
Okay, go ahead.
yeah,
Go ahead.
for John Kingston, there's a phone number, area code 801-534-7508. And he is located in Salt Lake City, Utah. And he performs the nonlinear junction scan and the ultrasound scan. He doesn't do the ultrasound scan personally. He is an actual ultrasound technician that does the ultrasound scan. And I'm sure everybody has Jesse Beltran's contact information.
No, I don't.
Okay. Hey guys. Diana, you have such valuable information. I hope that you would be able to come back with us at some time and
Absolutely,
spend some
Derek.
time with us.
Yes.
Good night.
This has been great. So, Diana, she'll be back with us, guys. So hold your questions, please. She'll be back with us sometime soon, and we can spend more time with her and answering all your questions. Okay. Gonna have to kind of move along. We're kind of running a few minutes behind, but we're trying to keep on schedule. Thank you so
Thank you.
much, Diana. Diana, it's been invaluable.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye now.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Ken Stroud was born and raised in Central Arkansas. He attained his Associate of Arts from Pulaski Technical College and continued his education at UALR. He was the product manager for IP-based products at a major telecommunications firm for years. He also was part of leadership for the conversion from print to digital for the Arkansas State paper. He currently is the technical director and an advisory board member with PACTS International and an IT analyst for a renowned restaurant software company. He has been a victim of neuroweapon abuse and directed energy weapons attacks for 7 to 8 years. He is diagnosed with Havana Syndrome by Dr. Lydia Shajenko. He also has scans showing that he has implants in his body that emit radio frequency. During his years of being affected with Havana Syndrome, he has written music and articles through social media. He has made presentations to congressional leadership in Washington, D.C., the global scientific forensic community, Melissa Miller's Chosen Ones, Chosen Heroes, Charles Frohman's Freedom Hub, the National Call for Safe Technology, and the upcoming Vine Sisters Unmasked Symposium. So at this time, I'd like to welcome Ken Stroud to the call. Ken, are you there?
Yes, yes, I am here. Thank you for the introduction. And all right, well, I'll just jump straight in. My main purpose for you guys is to touch on some of the technical topics that happen to targeted individuals. So we'll go ahead and jump straight in. I've got a PowerPoint presentation. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Just bear with me just a moment here. Give me 1 second.
Okay,
Oh,
we can see it.
can you guys see this?
Yes, we can see that.
Okay, so I've got a full PowerPoint. I'm going to give you just some of the topics that I'd like to go over. First off, I think it's very important for those of you that are affected by any type of neurotechnological attack or directed energy attack or anything of that sort is be able to monitor your surroundings. So, just making sure that you're not setting in an area of high radio frequency, of high volts per meter, of high milligauss is going to help you out tremendously because this happens to all.
Yeah.
So, just to give you some examples here, If you notice, this is actually a GQ EMF 390 in the image that I'm showing here in this picture. I was driving in my truck one day and I was hit with 4,830 milliwatts per square meter. That's like being hit with 100, more than 100 cell phones all at once on a phone call. And if you look at the bottom here, you notice how it says peak. So 4,943 milliwatts per square meter. That actually shows the highest level that I was hit with in that short time period. Now, what I have learned is these may or may not be actually true DO attacks. They may be through the modems or the routers that are installed in our vehicles.
Yes.
So we need to. I've heard that using vehicles that go back beyond 2002 that do not have the modems and the routers installed in the actual vehicles may help out with these type of attacks. From listening to the calls from the National Call of Safe Technology, these groups actually are focusing in on these type of problems that we are experiencing. So let's just deep dive just a little bit into these type of problems so everyone has a better understanding. So number one, what is electromagnetic frequencies? It's a force that consists of both electronic and magnetic components. So it's electrical and it's magnetic, resulting from the motion of electric charge and containing a definite and an electromagnetic energy. Now, graphene is one of the actual components that may be found in your blood if you're getting hit with high levels of radio frequency. So, and that's also one of the major concerns that we have amongst the targeted is graphene. So just keep that in mind uh,
Right.
as you continue your research.
No
Uh,
one talked about graphene. Oh my God. But
so
Okay,
go ahead.
I can hold for 1 second, please.
Yes.
Okay, Ken, I had to mute the room. Can you unmute your line? Okay, Ken, you'll need to unmute your line because everyone's muted.
Okay.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay. So you can hear. You weren't able to hear me before.
Uh, Not a minute ago. We had all the line. Well, some of the lines were open, so I had to mute the room. So, if you could start from like a minute ago.
Okay. Okay. Sure. Sure. Okay. So all right, so back on topic. We are seeing high levels of radio frequency, volts per meter, and milligauss in a large percentage of the people that are experiencing targeting. So how this relates, there's a lot of possibilities. So I'm not going to go into speculation, but I am going to go into how to monitor your surroundings. So, a data pump. A data pump is what I'm calling whenever the your router, your modem, your equipment that are connected to Wi-Fi, the cellular equipment, all of those are pumping out higher levels of radio frequency than what you would like to actually be in. So, so this increased experience of being in RF exposure can definitely make your condition worse. So just so you can get a basic understanding, if you are using a spectrum analyzer, uh, remember that radio frequency, focuses more on your cell phones, your Wi-Fi, and the devices that are connected to these type of situations, including the Bluetooth headsets that are connected to your cell phone. So all these type of devices, the modems, the routers, anything running on Wi-Fi, If you're looking at a actual reader, such as what I have here, that's reading in milliwatts per square meter, this is going to be the cellular or the Wi-Fi level that you're reading, radio frequency. So just remember milliwatts per square meter. If you're reading a signal analyzer, which I recommend you all get, this is a trimeter. This is a GQ EMF 390. This is a good meter because it reads on all three levels per volts per meter, which is electronic, a milligauss, which goes into more of your appliances, and then the milliwatts per square meter goes into the Wi-Fi and into the cellular of the devices. So, um, let's go a little bit deeper here. Attacks in your home, as mentioned, can come from numerous sources, your router being one. So, how would you protect yourself in a scenario where your router is running high levels of radio frequency? So there's quite a few ways to do this. Number one, remember that that's not only going to be your router, it's going to be all the devices that are connected to the Wi-Fi to your router. So if your phone or if your actual laptop or Mac are running on these type of pieces of equipment, they could also be pushing these high levels of radio frequency, milliwatts per square meter, as mentioned. So just keep in mind on that. Now, when we go to this a little further, there is actually actual ways to protect yourself from these type of attacks. First off, stop using the Wi-Fi. If you are a targeted individual, stop using the Wi-Fi. Wire your computers using RJ45 connections. I've got an image of the actual connector here. So you may have to get an adapter for a lot of PCs or laptops, Macs, because they may not have an RJ45 connector, but you can get adapters that will allow you to plug these type of cables up from your router to your computer that will help you lower the high levels of radio frequency. So they cannot push high levels of RF if you are running a cable and you have disabled all of your Wi-Fi. So this is one thing I highly recommend that you all check out and monitor with your own signal analyzer. I can give you details on how to get a signal analyzer because the targeters are tricky. They may find back doors. Remember that there are ways to still hack equipment, turn your Wi-Fi back on, but but w wiring your equipment, that's one of the first steps I highly recommend. So you can even use your cell phone through your computer. So you can either use it through one of the things I do actually is I use um, a Zoom connection. You can get a Zoom line through your Mac or your PC for around $15, $18 a month, which allows you to make your phone calls out through a wired machine. That way, you're not using your cell phone quite as often. I carry a cell phone. I use it when I have to, but I always watch my meter on it to find out because I'm seeing 3,000, 4,000 milliwatts per square meter from a cell phone or a router. A cell phone, now a basic phone call. How many milliwatts per square meter are you going to see on a basic phone call? Most of the time between, 10 to 20 milliwatts per square meter, maybe. It's a lot of times even less than that. So when you're getting into 3,000 and 4,000 ranges, this is not something you want to set in. And staying on those phone calls or putting those cell phones up to your head with that type of actual reading, with that type of radio frequency pumping out from it, is not healthy for you. It is not helping the conditions that you are already experiencing if you have Havana Syndrome or anomalous health incidents happening to you. So, just to continue moving forward, there's a lot more going on than just the radio frequency. There's also concerns with volts per meter. So, Volts per meter is more the electrical current, the static electricity that is in the air. So one of the main concerns that a large part of the groups that are fighting these type of problems are going to be the smart meters. You see a lot of what a lot of people use the term dirty electricity. So these would be read under volts per meter, or in other words, VM on a signal analyzer. So the pumping of this data can happen because you have an IP address associated to your home, and that IP address is associated through the smart meter of your home. So, a lot of states will allow you to opt out of using a smart meter, which should help out with some of the problems that you're seeing with elevated volts per meter in your home. So just remember to check with your electrical company to see if there's an option to opt out so you can get into equipment that is not pumping out higher levels of dirty electricity in your home, also known as volts per meter on a signal analyzer. So one thing you need to consider now, another when I'm showing you the tri-level meters, if we go back to my slide here, you notice well, I have three different levels here. I have the RF, which is going to be the RF milliwatts per square meter is going to be the cellular, the Wi-Fi. Um, but you also have the volts per meter, which is going to be the electrical or the static electricity in the air in your home that could be pumped from the wires from your walls, which would be connected to the smart meter, which that's why you would need to look if you're seeing high levels of that. And I'm going to go over what high levels are here in just a moment. Now, also, there's milligauss. Milligauss a lot of times goes into the appliances that are in your home. So we need to keep an eye on making sure that the milligauss levels are not high on the appliances. I've seen it on a can opener before run at levels 20 times what it's supposed to. So these all carry a form of radiation, and these type of radiation connections to our body can worsen our conditions if you do have Havana syndrome or anything of the sort. So going back to some of the further details that I have here, give me just a second here. Here's a good example of a high milligauss reading. It's not terribly high, but this mixer is putting off a high level of milligauss. So just keep in mind that your appliances are going to be more based upon milligauss, and your electrical devices are going to be based on the wiring in your home and the smart meter that's connected to your home. And then the radio frequency, the milliwatts per square meter, are going to be based upon your cell phone, your Wi-Fi, and the actual devices that are connected to either you're using your hotspot or your Wi-Fi from your router that run to the equipment if it's not using a wired connection. And that does include Bluetooth. So remember that if you're using a cell phone and you're running Bluetooth headphones, they can pump high levels of radio frequency straight into your head because now you've got those Bluetooth earphones in your head. So just keep an eye out for these type of problems on high levels of radio frequency if you are a targeted individual. Now, as I'm showing in this image, this is an EMF case made by Faraday Defense. I'm not going to promote or I'm going to take a biased opinion on any brands. I'm not promoting any brand whatsoever. You're going to have to do your own research. But this is a EMF case that you can put your router in that'll help lower the levels of radio frequency. When the problems first started with me, I put a metal canister over the top of my router and I ran wires from it, which lowered the levels from my signal analyzer. As you can see here, I carry one most of the time that helped me recognize these type of problems. So also, I just wanted to touch on the fact that you may want to look into possibly using shielding. There is shielding clothing that you can use, such as Havens or Lambs. Once again, a biased opinion on all this. You decide what brand you want to use, but silver is going to be one of the main actual fabrics. The silver is actually woven into a large part of the fabrics that will help out with blocking or shielding yourself from these types of high levels of radio frequency, milligauss, and volts per meter. So just keep an eye on these type of things. If you are seeing the high levels of radio frequency, if you need more information on how to read a meter, remember the GQ EMF 390 is a tri-field meter. You can get them on Amazon for around $100, and it'll help you monitor your surroundings. So back to the PowerPoint slide. So when we go into the PowerPoint slide here, I'm going to talk about mitigation tactics for high radio frequencies in your home. I've gone over most of this, but the one thing I did want to touch on is this little card. This card that comes with the GQEMF 390 reader, which there are numerous readers out there that you can use to monitor your surroundings. Uh, you want to keep an eye on the EMF, which is going to be more your milligauss, and the ACEF, that's actually going to be your volts per meter. You know, so it says the VM, and then RF. So in an area where you're seeing, just pay attention to these levels, because if you're in an area that's running over 1,000 milliwatts per square meter, avoid this area completely. Get out of it. If you're 100 milliwatts per square meter, it's not recommended to stay for a long stay. Remember, these are all per GQ, not me. I am not a doctor. I am just giving you the standards that are provided by GQ, which they are professionals on these type of scenarios. Now, if you're running 10 milliwatts per square meter with a radio frequency connection, you may want to check regularly to make sure that you're not in an area that's going to elevate. I'm not going to go into every single detail of the volts per meter, but when you get above 500 volts per meter, get out of that area. Do not sit there and let it soak. You need to find a safe way to sleep at night. You have to find a safe way not to set in these high levels of radio frequency. Um, so just keep in mind that these type of problems may be making our actual sicknesses with Havana syndrome and otherwise worse. So your original cause for Havana syndrome may have been different. Keep in mind that I experience voice to skull technology. I experience pain attacks. I go through quite a bit myself, and I think a large part of these type of problems may be on a higher level. So I'm just going to touch just real quickly on the what needs to happen next, and let's go more into the political side real fast, because all these high levels of readings, we've got cell towers out there that are put in our backyard. So these cell towers that are 5G. So let me just kind of give you an idea of what we're seeing with these towers. So the cell towers that we have that we're seeing are going to look something like this particular tower here. They can be put in your backyard, and there is no actual regulation on if they can continue to add more panels on these towers. So just keep in mind that we do have a problem with the distance ratio from cell towers to our homes. And the 5G and the microwave, 60%, around 60% of towers in the United States can carry microwave technology, which microwave technology has been known to cause burns on individuals. It is known to carry actual V2K connections. So there's a lot that's going on with these towers that are important to how the sicknesses are being caused to us. So just keep in mind that we have a problem with cellular systems and towers and microwave, that are actually part of FCC changes that need to happen in our nation. So, what are some of the actual political perspectives that we are seeing? I know that Diana had mentioned the Cures Act. So we go into the Cures Act, and one of the main problems that we are actually experiencing is informed consent being bypassed. So, informed consent being bypassed by medical boards, seeing that it can be considered low risk, is part of the problem with the Cures Act. So, that's where we need to look at fighting against, updating the actual language within the Cures Act. So, just to keep myself from running over time, the Patriot Act. The Patriot Act is another possible concern that we need to focus on because does the Patriot Act cover search and seizure using a person's body? So, if there is surveillance that is happening through your body, does the Patriot Act cover that? As far as what I have seen from the language of the Patriot Act, no, it does not. So, using neurotechnology and these things of this nature are not part of the Patriot Act, but there is concern that it may be being used. So, that's the basics on what I wanted to cover with you guys. Um, and remember that if you need a copy of the levels of radio frequency and electromagnetic frequencies, volts per meter, milligauss, or anything that are in your home, I'm happy to share that with you. You can send me an email at kenstroud at protonmail.com and I can share this card with you and just give you some basic details on how to protect yourself from high levels of different types of radio frequency and electrical current and milligauss in your surroundings. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm happy to answer.
Hey Ken, it's Michelle. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I have a question for you. The meter that you use, is it able, I believe you said something about it having a card. Are you able to record what is happening to you at night while you're sleeping and put that data somewhere?
Yes. So the device does have the ability to record the data. It stores it on the unit. You can actually get software to pull it on the advanced GQ. Now also there's a reading level on the device. Let me go back to the image of it. So if you go to sleep at night and you wake up and this PK, the peak level, is showing a high level, that's over hours of time. What's the highest level that it reached? So watching that peak is going to help you out to make sure that you didn't end up in an actual time frame of the night where the levels were elevated. So the readings that you see on the main portion of the display are what are happening at that very moment. But remember the PK, the peak, also is what is happening on the highest level over hours of time. Now, at the bottom here, you'll see that there is uh, what we consider the noise floor. So the that actually will show in an image on if there are any type of radio frequency or electrical current, depending on the setting that you're on, that are happening per the sound that it is in your environment.
Okay, thank you. And then I was wondering, since you're doing the technical discussion, do you have any can you share any thoughts on forensic processing of getting like how Amy Audios does the forensic analysis where you do a video while you're being tortured and she's able to uncover the technology being used. Do you know of any other processes similar to that, or do you recommend that process? Do you have any thoughts you can share on that process?
I've heard a lot of good things about Miss Hullum, but I actually hired her years ago, and she was able to pull the broadcasting data from the surroundings, so she can take a video and she can provide the broadcasting data, but it did not cover my V2K. I didn't actually have any of the actual communication from my voice to skull picked up. So you know, I think that yes, she probably can help you, but I wasn't able to get what I was looking for. I was looking for the actual V2K chatter. But there was still chatter that was associated with my movements within the home that she had pointed out. So you may be able to find some good information by working with her, but that's something you'll have to make a decision on your own.
Yeah. Yeah, I did work with her and found out a lot of good, scary information. But I was wondering if there's any other ways to go about getting that information yourself, if there's any software where you can, upload your video and it dissects it, or if you know of anyone else that does it, or is she just have a niche?
Holland does actually have other ways that she's able to recognize this data. You may want to talk further with her in regards to using some of the software that she does. Um, but from my perspectives, I think the safest route just to keep yourself safe is to have a signal analyzer and make sure that you're not in the high levels. So you can analyze this type of data, using the methods such as Amy Holland uses, but I'm more focused on keeping you guys, to where you can recognize if these type of problems are happening, and then you can escalate these type of issues to people of that nature. Other now, Jesse Beltran, I think the implants may play a role with maybe polling the higher levels of RF that are happening. There's a lot of speculation that's on this, so you definitely need to consider looking at getting those implants checked out if you do have them in your body, which you won't know. I didn't think I had any, but I had the actual scans done myself, and I have 14 implants supposedly in my body from what I have on paper. So I'm continuing to research. I've already done Beltram's work. I'm going to Kingston, and I'm going to continue to get as much forensic evidence as possible. And so if you want to continue down that path, those are the people that I would recommend. But just as far as basic monitoring of your environment, the signal analyzer is probably going to be bet. Uh,
And
I would
for
Can
not.
I ask a question?
Can
Yeah,
I just finish real quick?
yeah.
For the advanced the software, do you still use the Juki EMF 390 to get that advanced software to, keep your historical data on your computer?
There are extremely expensive pieces of equipment that you can purchase
Can't
to
do that.
go on a higher deep dive on the actual readings, but I'm trying to give you guys just an affordable way to monitor your environment. So not everyone can afford sound hounds and things of that nature, signal hounds. These devices run in the thousands, but you could get a GQ EMF 390 for $100 or less. And so this will help you to at least get an idea if you've got problems in your environment. And then you can start going into digging into the higher level forensics that would include people such as Amy.
So will the GQ EMF 390 allow you can you have it record while you're sleeping and then see what happened while you were sleeping?
You wake up, if you see that peak level has hit high levels, you'll know. So
Is
there's
there any
all
way to keep that data somewhere with that specific one?
yes, actually there is. You can do screenshots. It gives direct
They froze me.
install software on your computer that will give you the ability to pull that data from the device. It has the ability to record the information on a roundabout per se, where it records the full memory, or it will stop the recording once its memory is full. So you can run it on either level. So it does back up the data. You can pull it from the unit by using the software, but your best bet is to just to find out, number one, is it happening? Are you seeing that peak reading? Because you can't sit there and stare at it constantly, but the peak will tell you. If you're looking at radio frequency, you might want to run radio frequency a night, then run volts per meter a night, and just to see if the peak levels are showing high. If they are showing high, which you can tell by the card that we've gone over here, that you may need to try to look at different options. Keeping the router out of the room that you sleep in at night is one recommendation. Running the cables, as I had mentioned, is another good option to make sure that you're not going to be in an area that's running Wi-Fi right next to your head, because from what I understand, the targeters have the ability, and from what I've seen, uh, to pump higher levels of radio frequency through your equipment. So just keep that in mind and keep an eye on it. That's why it's important to have these type of devices. And I'm just trying to give you the affordable perspective to be able to do so.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, hi, my name's Beatrice. Uh, Kenneth, in my home, in the early months of this year, January, February, I was working like 4 days a week. And what was happening is when I was coming home, I would notice that my carpet was lifted throughout the apartment. And you could tell from the little stones that we're in, and it's still lifted to this day. I've never flattened it, and everything was nailed down. The other thing is, in my apartment, I found that they were doing patchwork in certain areas, and the breaker box has been taken off, put back on. They've painted it. They've painted the areas that they patched, and and next thing I know, my attacks are extreme. I mean, extreme from top to bottom. And there's also a dusting system in here. I'm always getting hit with something when I walk through the door frames of each room. And I'm in an apartment where I rent, I don't own. And I've reported this to the police, and they see nothing. They say they know they can't do anything until I catch someone in here. And then the other factor was I brought it to the apartment management, and they were going to get a contractor in here. Well, that has never happened. So I guess what I'm asking is, like, if I was eventually, I'm going to be able to hire someone to come in and check all this out, because I'm not savvy in this area. But I do know my electric bills have even increased. So is that part of it, or any advice on who I could get to come in to hire to
Well,
to
one
put this down that is real?
one of the steps you may want to look at first, as I had mentioned, if you said your electric bills have increased, you may want to look at seeing if your actual electrical provider in your state allows you to switch from smart meter over to the old analog devices, and that may help out if there are high levels of radio frequency. So look at the opt-out programs. I'm actually doing the same thing myself. I'm in the process of having scans done, and so it costs about a little bit more to have someone come out and read your meter instead of it being IP'd and read remotely. But that remote connection could possibly be causing also hacks to your equipment to push out dirty electrical current to your home. So
Yeah,
look
I
at
will say that
opt-out.
the cable freezes a lot, the frame. There's always the dancing dots. They'll turn it off on me. I mean, they have access to everything.
Look at the opt-out programs to make sure the volts per meter aren't running high in your home. That may be a way to help lower those type of readings. Also, you may want to look at the EMF cases, getting the router out of your home and running the wires. So instead of using Wi-Fi, just
Right.
cut that Wi-Fi off and run the wires. You'll see a major dramatic difference in the actual RF that you're setting in just by running wires instead of using Wi-Fi. So while you're looking for these professionals to come in and scan your home, there's things you could do to help protect yourself. Number one, you can get the signal analyzers just to get a basic idea, and they're pretty easy to use. If you guys need some details on further details on how to read it, I gave you my
Yeah,
email address.
I've tried that before. Yeah, I'm not good at
And
reading.
well, but still, if you change it, if you switch to wires instead of running Wi-Fi, if you take your cell phone and just keep it out of the room and use a line on your Mac or your PC that run through that wired connection, that's going to help you a lot. Um, and remember that the vehicles that don't have the modems and the routers installed in them, things 2002 and back, a lot of those type of vehicles will not have all the modems and the routers and everything installed that can cause those high levels. So these are just a few things that you might be able to consider while you're looking at a professional to come in and scan your locations. If you're not comfortable with reading a signal analyzer.
Now,
Uh,
what type of person would I get? Well, what would they be called if I'm when I'm looking to hire someone? What
well,
a
some
type?
some private investigators do these type of things.
Okay,
So you could look at that. People that run on the network end that use sniffers. A sniffer can be used to look for leaks in networks. So, the technical end of the private investigators would probably be a good start.
okay,
So, just call around to your local private investigators, and if they don't do it themselves, try to find the ones that actually use technology-based investigations that search for um, equipment in your home that might be using surveillance and things of that nature.
that's definitely going on.
Yeah,
Finger and click when I go into the next room, and it's like a motion sensor.
they're going to be looking for these RF readings. They're going to be looking for these higher levels of EM readings. And that may be a good start if you're looking for people that can find these things for you.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate your help.
Okay,
Hi,
Ken,
Ken. Can you hear me?
okay,
Hello.
one more question and we'll have to kind of move on.
Okay, I have a brief question. First of all, thank you for sharing your information with the group. It's appreciated. And although I understand that you're talking about how to detect and protect from the frequencies, I'm wondering if you have any knowledge about computer programs and what should and should not be on an operating system.
Well, I've done a little bit of research on this, and there are certain applications that I've been informed of that are terrible. You're not going to be able to find them on the machine yourself. They're going to be hidden.
Mm-hmm.
So there's applications one of them they called Pegasus. Pegasus it causes hacking. They can also use it to raise levels of frequency in your environment. But um, as far as basic individuals trying to find these type of hidden programs and viruses and everything that are installed on your machine that are allowing these individuals to raise the levels of radio frequency and hack your machines, these people are smart. They're going to be hidden files. They're not going to be something that you're going to recognize. So I would highly recommend a professional to come in and scan your equipment for any type of um, you know software, hardware that may be causing the problem. Now, recognizing the hardware itself that's causing the issues and how to mitigate that damage, such as wiring that computer instead of running the actual the Wi-Fi may be a good step. Once you know that, then you know this machine may have these type of programs on it to cause these issues, and then you at least know what you need to have investigated. So that's why I still recommend these signal analyzers so you can decipher which equipment may be affected.
Okay, thank you so much.
Hey, Ken, I have another quick question in regards to not using Wi-Fi. Like I have no choice. I can't get away from Wi-Fi. Is there a way to purchase, I don't know, something secure to where I'm only connecting to like a Starlink through my laptop and block it so nobody else can access it? Does that make sense?
Well, fiber optic connections I've heard are much more secure than cable or any type of satellite type of connections or anything through your cellular. Um, so you could look at fiber optic providers and see if that helps out. So that's one thing that's being pushed through numerous groups is to push fiber optic connections over cellular and other wireless types of connections.
And that is something that you can have remote that you don't need to have hardwired in.
Well, a fiber optic connection would be a hardwire to your home, but it's going to be a direct line buried in the ground that's going to run to your house. And
Yeah, ran me out of my home. I'm homeless, so I'm in a shelter. So,
well, yeah, I understand. With the cell phones, one thing that I have learned is that um, just because you turn the Wi-Fi and the cellular off on the device doesn't always mean that it's not still going to pump high levels. So, one thing that does stop it, though, is if you go from using an actual true SD card to using the virtual SD cards. So, if you start, you can get an SD load that's not an actual piece of hardware, and that they you can switch the SD on and off on the phone when you're not using it, and there will be no pump through your equipment.
okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ken. So, Ken, if you could stop sharing your screen.
All right, bear with me just a moment.
Derek, this is Lauren again. I was wondering if you might consider doing like a symposium with all of the information that is coming into the community, whereby we could all get it at one punch. Is that something you think you might be able to put together?
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Okay.
So we can look at that sometime soon.
Hi, Ken. This is Lauren. I haven't spoken with you for a second, but did you change your email?
It's Ken Stroud at protonmail.com. Still.
Oh, it's the same. Okay. Well, I'll be looking to reach out to you soon. How have you been?
I did good. How about yourself?
Fair, partly cloudy.
Oh, I understand.
For those of you that are not familiar with Tranquility, here's some information about her. She is someone, and she goes by the name Tranquility. She is the founder of TI Event, the community's go-to hub for connection, advocacy, and empowerment. What began as one targeted individual search for support has grown into a nationwide platform, bringing together calls, meetups, rallies, and media coverage from across our movement. Though through TI events and TI events media, she helps the TI community stay informed, inspired, and united, showing how a little organization can make a big difference in keeping hope alive. And if you've ever thought there should be one place where I can find everything happening for TIs, well, she built it. Please welcome to our call this evening, the calm in the storm, Tranquility. Hi, Tranquility. Thank you for being here.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. First, I just want to thank Derek for inviting me to be part of this amazing seminar. He definitely has a rare talent for bringing together some of the busiest, most passionate people in our community while somehow making it all look effortless. I'm really grateful to be here with everyone today. Every time we come together like this, it reminds me of how strong, how creative, and how resourceful our community truly is. And so today, I'll be sharing something I built for all of us, something to make life just a little easier. Because if you've ever spent 20 minutes digging through emails or scrolling social media, just trying to figure out what time that call starts, then you'll know exactly why TI Events was born. I wanted to create one trusted place where every TI is finally organized. Every call, every meetup, every gathering, all in one spot. But instead of me explaining it, I'll let the video do the talking. So sit back, relax, and here's a quick look at what TI Events is all about.
What if every voice you needed to hear, every call that reminded you that you're not alone, and every gathering that offered real understanding could all be found in one place? Each week, hundreds of targeted individuals connect through support calls, online meetings, workshops, and community meetups, all focused on truth, awareness, and connection. For a long time, people searched everywhere, trying to find where these events were happening. Now there's one trusted home where everything comes together. Welcome to TI Events, a place where our community stays connected, informed, and supported. Created in 2022 by a fellow member of this community, TI Events was built to make connections simple. It gathers every call, class, and awareness event into one organized space that's easy to explore and open to everyone. It's updated daily and available to all. A platform built for targeted individuals and created by targeted individuals, all in one place. Today, you can explore what's happening right now. You'll find support calls, community meetups, special broadcasts, workshops, and more, all clearly listed with start times in every U.S. time zone. Each listing includes direct links and dial-in information so you can join easily, wherever you are. One site, one calendar, everything together. From searching to finding. Every submission on TI Events is carefully reviewed to ensure integrity and respect. When you see something listed, you can trust that it meets community standards. That is what keeps this shared space reliable, a place everyone can count on. Behind every TI event is someone brave enough to host one. These are more than just events. For many people, they are lifelines, moments of understanding, hope, and human connection when it's needed most. If you're organizing anything related to the TI community, whether it's a call, a live stream, a class, a meetup, or a major event, you can post it through the Submit an Event section at TI Events. Listings are always free, and every approved event helps others in our community stay connected. Sometimes, a single connection can change a life or even save one. For larger or special gatherings, TI Events can also create a complimentary showcase page with full event details and an RSVP system. This gives your project the visibility and polish of its own mini website. These custom pages are offered by approval and show our commitment to helping organizers present their work clearly, professionally, and with pride, all within the same trusted platform. Beyond listings, TI Events gives our community a united place for advocacy and awareness. It provides a home for petitions, campaigns, and calls to action that promote justice and accountability. From awareness drives to outreach and education, every signature, every share, and every conversation adds to one collective voice. Real progress begins when we act together, in one place. When our community members face real-world challenges, TI Events helps amplify verified fundraisers and awareness efforts. Whether it's promoting a benefit campaign or connecting people to vital resources, our mission is simple. We work to make sure help reaches those who need it most. Every connection, every initiative, every listing, all working together in one unified hub. Connection is power, and power becomes action. Across the country and around the world, the impact is clear. People are finding hope, connection, and community through TI Events. All TI Events. One place, one voice, one movement. Visit tievents.org to explore what's happening this week, or click Submit an Event to share your own. For collaborations or questions, email tievents@protonmail.com. Together, we stay informed. Together, we stay connected. Together, we are stronger. Have a powerful week, everyone.
And that's what TI Events is all about. Before I go any further, I'd like to give a huge shout out and thank you to fellow TI Sean B, who did all the video editing for what you just saw. I think he did a super incredible job bringing the vision to life. So hats off to Sean B. Now, if you're listening today and you host a support call, a meetup, a live stream, or any kind of TI event that's not listed on the site, please head over to tievents.org and click Submit an Event. It's quick, it's free, and it helps more people find you. And if you just want to stay in the loop, there's a simple email sign up form right on the homepage. We send updates on what's happening across the TI community, new calls, rallies, movie nights, workshops, and more. Also, please help us spread the word. Share tievents.org on your social media so other TIs can finally find the help and connection they've been searching for. On X, our handle is at tievents.org, spelling out the word dot. And on Rumble, just look for TI Events. New events are being added constantly, literally all the time. So check the website often. You never know what new opportunity might pop up next. Before I close, I thought it might be fun to do a quick little TI events trivia giveaway. I've got 3 Amazon gift cards. Nothing fancy, just a small thank you for being here and staying connected. To keep things simple, don't put your answers in the chat. Just email them to tievents@protonmail.com as soon as you know the answer. Again, that's tievents@protonmail.com. Include your first name, your answers, and the word trivia in the subject line. The first emails with the correct answers win. The winners will also be announced in our next TI Events newsletter. So make sure you're signed up on the website to see if your name's listed. All right, so ready, set, go. Question number 1. What year was TI Events founded? What year was TI Events founded? Question number 2. What is the website address where you can submit your own event? What is the website address where you can submit your own event? And question number 3, on what platform can you watch TI Events Movie Night Live? On what platform can you watch TI Events Movie Night Live? That's it for the trivia, short and sweet. Remember to email your answers to tievents@protonmail.com for a chance to win. Now that we've done the trivia, I'd like to leave you with something you might recognize. What website do you know that lists every TI call, meetup, and rally all in one place? That's right, tievents.org. And what website do you know that helps new hosts launch their first event and get the word out to the community? That's right, that's tievents.org. And what website do you know that's built by one of us for all of us to make sure nobody has to feel lost or alone again? You guessed it, tievents.org. Thank you all so much for your time and for everything you do to keep this community strong. Together, we stay informed. Together, we stay connected. And together, we are stronger. That's all from me. Thank you so much for listening. And with that, I'll pass it back over to Derek.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Tranquility. Enjoyed that presentation.
Thank you.
Hello, Derek and everyone. Can you hear me though clearly?
Yes, we can. Hi, Jacqueline. Welcome to the call.
Hello. Hello, thank you. Hello, all that are here today joining the call. And before I continue, I'd like first to thank Derek Robinson president of PACTS International, along with its board members, for organizing today's Healing Symposium. But did you want to say anything? I'm sorry.
Okay, I could read your introduction if you like, Jacqueline.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, Jacqueline Jacobino has a college degree in business management and became employed by the United States Postal Service in New Jersey in 1985. In 1989, she moved to Denver, Colorado, where she was active with the American Postal Workers Union, volunteered with postal holiday events on her own time, received several letters of appreciation for excellent attendance as well as job performance. Her victimization began gradually from both supervisors and coworkers, which caused her to develop stress, headaches, dizziness, loss of balance, loss of appetite, vision problems, extreme fatigue, nausea, and other symptoms. She was eventually forced to retire before full retirement age due to the severity of her health issues. And even after retirement from her job, she is still being attacked with directed energy weapons, which have continued to cause health issues and led to her current diagnosis of Havana Syndrome. Welcome, Jacqueline. Thank you for being here.
Thank you again for asking me to speak. And I want to give a big shout out and thank you, though, to our past member of our TI community, Tim White, who I never met, who was the first non-consensual, non-investigative TI who first went to see Dr. Lydia. I'm very grateful for him, as well as him telling Michelle from New York to make an appointment, which she did. And then she asked, I'm sure, Dr. Lydia if she would be willing to see others from our community, which Dr. Lydia agreed to do so. And then Michelle and both Goji spoke about it on Goji's Tuesday night call to the TI community. And that's what started us all, including myself, going to see Dr. Lydia, which I'm grateful I did. My first appointment was in 2023, and my second appointment was in 2025. Did you want me to continue with the testing that I had, or did you want to ask me any questions, Derek?
Yes, if you can explain your testing, the process.
All right. First, I called up the office to ask what insurance they accept, and I am currently with United Healthcare age-based, which they did accept. However, I don't know what other health benefit plans that they do accept. So I don't know anything about the payment, so I can't speak for anybody as far as that goes. The payment process and benefit coverage. But everyone can call and ask several questions if they care to do so, if they would like to make appointment with Dr. Lydia. So my first appointment was about 6 hours, possibly 7 hours long, where I had my blood pressure was taken and urine analysis was done, and then attached to my head a nerve conductive test, which stayed on attached to my brain for 2 hours while I sat in the waiting area, and then it was removed and waited for the results to see if they can. I was eligible, and I guess if it showed enough severity to continue with additional testing that was done, which it did show. Also, on that same day, I had a nerve test done by Dr. Lydia, a device that like to see your reflexes, to test different reflexes from my hands to my feet and arms. Then my next appointment, also testing isn't done in one day. It could possibly, depending how fast they can schedule for different testing. I was there in 2023 for about a month because that's how she has other patients as well as us. So that's when they could fit you in for all the testing that I had that she required me to have. I don't know again how long others will be there and others were there, but I'm just talking about me, myself, how long I was there back in 2023. Then I went back to have the attached to my head for 3 days, which also tested your brain waves, which you had a device on you which you couldn't get wet or shower while but you also wrote down. I would write down everything I did throughout the day, what symptoms I felt. I documented that as well for 3 days. Then I went back to the office to have that removed from my head. Also, I went and had 3 MRIs, 3 different appointments because they cannot schedule anyway for me all on the same day. Had an MRI of my brain without contrast, of my spine due to the curvature as well, and of my back. Also on a Friday, I had ultrasound scanning done of my 5 body areas. First, the carotid arteries on each side of the neck, my heart, my stomach, and my legs. That was done on a Friday, which normally they do schedule patients on a Friday for the ultrasound scanning. And I believe that's all the testing. That should be all the testing that I have had done.
Okay, Jacqueline, and what year did this happen?
First, the testing that I went to Dr. Lydia for my first appointment.
Yes.
Was in June of 2023, where I stayed there. I'm in New Jersey. It's in her office is in Edgewater, New Jersey, where I stayed there for a month. I have friends and relatives, so I was fortunate that I could stay with them. There are hotels in the area that you can stay in, but possibly, like everybody's is different. It depends, like I said, how quickly they can schedule you in. If I guess Dr. Lydia feels that additional testing is required for you to stay there for, such as the 3 days of wearing the device to your head, the EEG test. And then if she requires and feels, I guess you should have the MRI done, that will be at another location, not in her office, the MRI. All the other testing are done right in her office. Then it showed my carotid artery, a blockage in it, as well as my high cholesterol. I am grateful that I did go to her to have extensive, thorough testing done, lab work done, because it's unfortunate, but I don't trust going to any other doctor to have testing done unless I can see that they give you the results right then and there like they do, and we have our blood pressure taken and our temperature taken. But when lab work is sent out, I just felt very confident and very secure in going to Dr. Lydia. So I'm glad I did, because my cholesterol was very high, and inflammation and the being hit with the direct energy weapons does, me doing my own research, I have read that being hit and causing with the direct energy weapons and radiation causes inflammation, which can in turn increase your cholesterol and the carotid artery being clogged. That was in 2023. And then when I went back to her in 2025, it also showed the carotid artery still clogged. So I know changing our diet and vitamins is very important, and shielding as well. So our health isn't affected any more so than what it has been. And if your health hasn't been affected, continue shielding, which we should all do, and eat properly and vitamins, and do our research, because I feel myself shielding is the most important thing we could do and should do, as well as testing.
Okay, and you had to stay with your relatives for about a month, you said, for all the testing?
Yes, that's in 2023. And then in June of 2000, I went there May in 2025. Then I went back in June of 2025 to continue with the completion of the test. Because like I said, with so many other patients in going to see Dr. Lydia, as well as schedule me at another location, radiology department for the MRI. I had to wait for the appointments. But like I said, it varies for what others, I'm sure, what the length of the time in between each test. So that that the office does scheduling of the MRIs, and possibly you can speak to the office about. I've heard, now I don't know this to be true, that other patients have had their MRIs done in the state they live in, not in the same state of New Jersey. But I wanted to just have all my testing done where Dr. Lydia recommended I go for the MRI. So that's why I went back in June to have the 3 different MRI tests done.
Okay, so and what about insurance?
I myself have United Healthcare age base. Now I don't know what other plans her office does accept. And I can give you the phone number if you like, that people, anyone that is thinking about or would like to go for testing to her. Her office number is 201 374 2223 in Edgewater, New Jersey.
Okay, well, thank you for sharing your experience, Jacqueline.
Like I said, everybody, different health issues are different. So, like again, what I had done pertains to me. So that's why I would call the office and write down all your questions, because I know the office is very busy, and I didn't write down all my questions, but I will if I have any for future doctors, especially Dr. Lydia. I will make sure I write them down so I don't have to keep calling them. But I want to thank you again, Derek, Tim White, Michelle, for referring us, but more importantly, Dr. Lydia, for allowing us to come to her office, and Dr. Lydia willing to do our testing for us.
Okay,
my concern was more about my health. Although I was diagnosed with Havana Syndrome, I'm more concerned about the test results, because I rather catch something if you can, so it doesn't increase and get worse. Because to me, health is wealth. But we will survive, because help is on the way, like you always said, Derek. And yes, it is. And God is in control.
Okay, thank you, Jacqueline. So,
Thank you.
so you said Tim White was the first patient?
Yes, that told Michelle, because Tim White, I never met him, but I was told that he lived in New York, and he told Michelle, and Michelle then made an appointment with Dr. Lydia, and Michelle asked if other patients, other I don't want to use the word victim or targeted individuals, but unfortunately, but anyway, Dr. Lydia did agree to see us, and so that's how. And then Michelle spoke about it on Goji's call, and Goji spoke about it. And so that's how several of us have gone to see Dr. Lydia from the TI community.
Right. And so, so Tim, did he get a diagnosis of Havana syndrome as well? Do you know?
Yes, he did.
Oh, okay. All right. That's interesting. I didn't know he was the first to see her. Okay. That's quite interesting.
I wasn't aware of that either. But again, I'm so grateful for Dr. Lydia and other doctors, and for everybody on the call, all the information that we're sharing, and to help one another.
Okay, because and then Michelle, she actually shared that with our group.
Yes, she did.
A while afterwards.
Well,
so okay, that's how things got rolling. All right, so appreciate sharing that, Jacqueline. And I believe that Ken has something he'd like to share also. Ken?
Great.
Yes,
There,
I'm actually also diagnosed with Havana syndrome from Dr. Lydia Shijenko. So, to kind of give you a little bit more of my path, when this all first started, uh, Shijenko's name was not mentioned. Dr. Hoffer's name was mentioned. And so all the conference calls and everything we would join on would say, "Go see Dr. Hoffer. You need to go visit him." So I went to visit Dr. Hoffer, and unfortunately, he was not able to help me. And it didn't seem like it was his fault. I don't blame Dr. Hoffer. I think this man actually may be a very good doctor, but he was held back one way or another and informed me that he apologized for his staff scheduling me and having me travel halfway across the country to visit him. Um, and that he referred me to two directed energy weapon specialists, Dr. Giordano and Dr. Gollum, which I have not been able to reach, and either, unfortunately. But I continued my research. I continued searching, and I found out with time that Dr. Lydia Shijenko was a good contact to help out with the concerns that I was experiencing. And so I booked an appointment with her. It took a little time. Don't get discouraged with trying to contact her office because the hours are short. Pay attention to the hours for her office and just keep calling, and you'll eventually be able to get an appointment scheduled with her. They will have to confirm your insurance, and it'll take 2 or 3 trips. So I'm coming from Arkansas, so you can imagine that, I mean, it was a big deal for me. I mean, I'd never been to New York, and pretty much Shijenko's office is straight across from Manhattan. So you're straight across the Hudson from Manhattan. So I stayed at the hotel right next to Miss Shijenko's office. And if you do happen to go visit Miss Shijenko, I hate to mention the technical again, but just keep an eye on the radio frequency levels of your hotel room, because I was seeing high levels while I was in the hotel room as well. But besides that, Miss Shijenko was great. She did a wonderful job. I actually created a quick slide here where she went over the MRI. She had an MRI ran on me. Um, the CT scans weren't done with Shigenko, but the EEG, the when I first came in, she did a long. It's actually she did a short EEG, and then she did the second trip. She did a long EEG, which ran 72 hours. So you have to wear these stickers on your head for an extended period. And what that does is that recognizes internal and external stimuli based on the beta and the alpha waves, and everything else in regards to what's happening to your body. So she was able to recognize that what's happening to me was happening to me from external stimuli, and it wasn't from, something that was happening inside my body from the EEG perspectives. So the actual anxiety levels that I was experiencing, the pain levels that I was experiencing, shown through the EEG were not something that were normal. So that's a large part of the diagnostic. They also do a VNG testing. She runs pretty much the same tests that Dr. Hoffer runs. The nerve conduction test, the vestibular testing. They'll blow air in your ears to the left ear, to the right ear to find out if there's balance. And if you do have an imbalance, a lack of symmetry between your ears, then yeah, that is a definite symptom of having anomalous health incidents happen to you. The blood test, which will check for heavy metals in your blood, such as graphene, as I had mentioned, and the good thing about Ms. Shevchenko is that she is not focused on just diagnosing state, military, and federal employees. She diagnoses civilians. So it's very important in our society right now to be able to have a doctor here in the United States that will focus on civilians because there's so many military locations, such as Dr. Hoffer, the Walter Reed University, the Walter Reed Hospital, and places of that sort that will actually work with the military and others, but won't work with civilians. So she's an important factor for those of us here that are just basic civilians, and um, it's also I enjoyed the time that I visited because I was able to go and walk New York and experience New York in a way that I wasn't really expecting because I didn't realize it was straight across the Hudson River to Manhattan, and you can take the ferry or the bus over and visit areas of New York City, New York, like Times Square, that's really great and enjoyable. So you can make a good time out of the visit to New York, visiting Miss Shevchenko, along with getting your testing done. So uh, do your best. Uh, have a good time with it. Go do the testing because it is so important. It's so important in so many ways, not only for your health. She put me on medication called Serafolin. Serafolin will help out with any buildup of memory loss. So it helps out with the memory loss. The anxiety that I was experiencing, she helped me out with anxiety medication to help out. So there's a lot she can do to help you out, and I do recommend her. Um, that's really all I've got to say on Miss Shajenko, and no, we need to find more doctors that will continue to do these type of testings in the
I
United
agree.
States. And I have heard rumor that Dr. Hopper may be starting to see civilian patients, but you will need to contact his office to confirm all that. If I could throw one more thing real quick before I cut myself off on this subject, is that and by the way, we appreciate your information. Um, we as targeted individuals need to be able to speak out. So having diagnosis through medical is one of the most important factors of being able to speak to your family, the public, uh, having the scans done, having the medical diagnosis. This is going to open up a new form of communication for you. So, and also, this will open up a new form of activism for you. So, once you have the diagnosis, once you have the scans, then you can fight, you can speak. Where it's hard to do so without that. So just remember that it's not just about the medical and about your health. It's also about helping society. So so just keep in mind that we're not one-sided. Without helping each other, we can't help ourselves. So get that medical diagnosis, get those scans, help yourself, and let's help the world. That's all I've got to add.
Okay, thank you, Ken.
Hello, hello.
Okay, there he is. Hi, Matt.
Hi, hi.
Oh,
How are you doing, Derek?
Okay. Doing okay. Good actually. So, thank you for being here.
Of course.
So let me pull up your slides. Just one
By
second, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I have your file open. So let me just share the screen.
Yeah. I keep myself very techie literate, so thank you for babysitting me through that.
Oh, okay, that's quite all right. I'm kind of learning myself. Okay, so here's the share screen, and this is your, okay, can that be, okay, can you see that?
Yeah, looks like it's starting to onboard. There you go. All right, everybody. So I'll just we'll just go from one slide to the next if it's okay, Derek. And I know that I got about 45 minutes, and if you don't mind, when I have about 10 minutes left, let me know. And when I got 5 minutes left, let me know, and I will just cut to the chase so that everybody can really digest this the way that they need to. Okay. We are being onslaughted. We already know that we're targeted individuals. Most of the people here have unfortunately had to deal with this targeting for many decades. And you guys were the beginning ones that were abused and used. And their technology that used to be bigger implants that they had to use covertly in different surgical procedures, whether you were locked up, whether you were in psychiatric wards, unfortunately, a lot of the times, even dental anesthetics, a lot of different ways. But in today's world, everybody's targeted. As Jesse Beltran will confess, when he's using his updated non-linear scanner, he is seeing he hasn't seen anybody that doesn't have these electronic circuitry silicon based conducting materials. So that is the reality of the world that we're living in. So if we are going to get ahead of this, we have to start looking at solutions. So I know a lot of the speakers here have been giving away all the different aspects of how we've gotten to where we're at today. We are going to learn during this speech what I feel matters the most, which is getting you and getting all of us the solution. Okay. So the picture on the left, that is a picture that is done with a $1.5 million high resolution transmission electron microscope. This is done at over 250,000 magnification. You are looking at an entire picture that is 5 nanometers. Look up nanometers and see the size of that. It's 1/1000th of a meter. You're looking at something that is 10,000. You're looking at a picture right now that is 10,000 times smaller than a human red blood cell. Okay. So you're dealing with something that's about 100,000 times more microscopic than a microscopic particle. So it is a magnetically negatively charged colloidal formula that has been developed by our greatest benevolent, pure intentioned scientists that we have available on Earth. And unfortunately, the way that you've been targeted, these people have been targeted. And today they sit in prison for crimes they didn't commit. They wanted to fulfill their mission and making this formula. And today I stand here as the person who brings this, as I steward out this formula, along with a gigantic, ever-growing team, so that all of us can get significant relief and reduction in our symptoms, not just from the targeting, but from the effects that happen from the overall poisoning that we are under. Okay. So what you're looking at kind of looks like a really cool multi-layered net. That net has a magnetic negative charge. That net is coated with the highest sourced minerals. Okay. And so the way that MasterPeace, this product works, and anybody here that's on this call, if they've been using MasterPeace correctly, using 10 drops or more daily, and they've been using it over a week, they are already seeing the improvements in their overall mental health, their physical health, and just as important, the symptoms and the problems that they've been dealing with as being a targeted individual. Okay. So I urge everyone to open their eyes, open their ears, and take this very, very seriously, because this is the way that we're going to protect not only ourselves, but we're going to protect our families. We're going to eventually protect our communities and shift and change what is being done to us and in our world, right? Okay. So that net, what it's meant to do is magnetically find, bind, and trap inside the cell, or what you would call intracellular level or nanotoxins that are magnetic toxic, genotoxic, and cytotoxic. That it is meant to pull in and remove the root cause to all of the symptoms that you are having in your life due to, and that you may think is health, may think comes from being targeted. And so it will allow you the opportunity to let your healthy diet, your healthy lifestyle changes actually see some benefits. Okay. And the picture on the right, I urge everybody read through everything, right? So the picture on the right is done literally at 500,000 magnification. And what that means is you are now looking at the sub-angstrom or subatomic level. And you are looking at, look at those little bubbles. Look at those little bubbles that are trapped to that hexagon structure. Those little bubbles are graphene oxide and ferric oxide. Those little bubbles are what you may hear is called nanobots or nanobots or nanodots. Either way, those are the building blocks that self-assemble into the circuitry that is unfortunately inside of almost all of the world's population at this point. So that's what you're looking at. Derek, can we move to the next slide? Awesome. All right. So pilot study. Pilot study means the very first study. So intracellular means inside of the cell. So you're dealing with something that is at the nano level. The cell level is what you call the micron or the micrometer level. Just so that you guys understand, 1,000 micrometers equals 1 nanometer. So when we're dealing with the intracellular level, we're dealing with the nanometer level, right? And so these are intracellular electrical capacity testing that we did. This was very, very expensive testing. We are not backed by big pharma or any of the other, parts of the system that are rigged and corrupted. And so we, at the time, we had about $10,000 or $12,000 to put into this study, and we put in the kitchen sink because my company and the group that was with me, we were only concerned with making sure we had this solution, that the efficacy or how effective our product work was true and provable. And so this is what we could afford. We could afford 3 different study participants. And the reason is because we had to take their blood levels and then we had to send them from United Kingdom, which was one country, all the way over to Germany, which was another country. And we had to do that in overnight mail. And so that the lab could actually analyze everything within 48 hours. And so it was very significant and critical that we honor that. And so each time we sent off a little vial of someone's blood, it cost $700 or $800. And so we could afford 3 different study participants to do a beginning level or baseline. Then again, we took their levels and studied them at 35 days and then again at 90 days. And so if you look at the different blue levels, you can see the first one is graphene oxide. Graphene oxide is the main component, not just in vaccines, but has been what's been delivered into all of you for many, many years, okay? It is the building block of any type of hardware or computer system. So there's a transhuman agenda that's going on in the world that we all know about, and graphene oxide is the main component. If you look at the next line, that's PFOAs. That is a type of this. That is a category of a microplastic. The next category is PFOs. That is another category of microplastics. The next one is polyethylene. You may know it as being called hydrogel. Hydrogel is part of the mRNA vaccine delivery system that is unfortunately being done with geoengineering, chemtrails, and different things. It's been put into general dental anesthetics, and since the 1970s has been put into what you guys would probably know as the implants that is being put inside of you, causing you to hear voices that you know is unnormal or unnatural. And that is polyethylene. So polypropylene is a lot like polyethylene, but serves a little bit different of a function.
No.
And so if you look at this graph, it says above it, all participants average a percentage of a reduction of the first 5 substances after 90 days. And so these are levels. I keep hearing something.
Okay, could you guys, if you're not speaking, could you mute your mic?
Yeah, mute the mics, please. It's throwing me off. And so everybody, let's really focus on this because this is important. This has to do with the system that's inside of you. We are looking at graphene oxide, polyethylene, and polypropylene. These are the main substances of the delivery system and the components that are making that system that speaks to you, that corrupts you, that harms you. Those things right there are key things that we have to get out of you. Those things we got to get out of you so that you don't have the symptoms and the problems and everything else that you are dealing with, okay? So you're looking at the reduction of those levels in 90 days. 90 days is the equivalent of 2 bottles of MasterPeace. You're looking at the reduction of the levels of what's inside of your blood, of what you are dealing with your symptoms from being a targeted individual. That is $110. I'm urging you to understand this. 2 bottles of MasterPeace is $110. It will last you 90 days. It's basically $1 a day. If you take this correctly, you will see 70, 72, 59, 34, 59, in overall reduction of your symptoms of almost 60% for $110. If you keep taking it, it will go down a little bit more. Unfortunately, I just want to be very clear here. since we are being poisoned from the air, the land, the water, our food, everywhere, our what is it, your hygiene products, they're trying to get you everywhere to make their system strong in you. And so even if you got implants in the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s, everything is made worse from these nanotoxins. And so if you guys are, take MasterPeace, you are going to experience what others are experiencing from taking it. And Derek, if it's okay, can we move to the next slide? Awesome. Awesome. So what we're looking at here is what you would call a double-blinded, peer-reviewed scientific journal that had to be released. If you look to the top left, from ACTA.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to mute the call for a second. Okay, so now Matt, you'll have to unmute your mic.
Okie dokie. Can you hear me now?
Okay, yes, we can hear you. Okay,
Awesome.
1 second. Let me bring the slide back.
No problem. No problem. There you go. Okie dokie. So if everybody wants to take a look, ACTA, Scientific Medical Sciences, I always urge everybody to do your own research, to do your own discernment so that you can look through things yourself. And so what we're looking at is one of our 20 different double-blinded, peer-reviewed, published scientific articles on our different studies. And what we're looking at, if you look at the black lettering where it says IEC, blood lymphocyte cell, that stands for intracellular electrical capacity test. And what you're looking at is the highest level scientific testing for any type of toxic levels or toxic load that is done. And so that is what we performed. It is out of Germany. It is the only lab that actually has this high level testing. And that's what we relied on when we were going to get these quantifiable results. And can we move to the next slide if it's okay, Derek? All right. So to make it in a nutshell, let's look at the graph on the left, everybody. The graph on the left, you could see those levels. Those levels are showing the beginning levels of graphene oxide, which is one of the most conductive, harmful substances known to man. It's most toxic. It is not just geno and cytotoxic, it's magnetic toxic. It causes all types of dysfunctionality in all forms to the human body, so at the cellular level and beyond. So if you look at the middle graph, the one in the middle, that is after 35 days of MasterPeace. You can imagine when you're dealing with levels of aluminum, mercury, lead, neurotoxins, gender dysphoria chemicals, you name it, to get those levels down, which means we're more normal. We feel more like ourselves. We're going to be more clear-minded. We're going to think about everything a little bit better, and we're going to feel better. And that is truly what's important, right? We need to get these heavy metals out of our bodies. We all need to be able to, so, and then if you look at the chart on the right, you can see after 90 days, again, the top peak, look at the very top of that chart. It keeps pulling itself down, and that's what we want to see. We want to get the top part of those levels down as low as possible. And that's what MasterPeace, through different 4-stage clinical trial, third-party testing, placebo-controlled tests, has shown, okay? These tests were done. I'm the owner. I'm the founder. I did these different tests while I had me and my family, which I adore and love, that stand beside me. We did this work along with a huge group of amazing men and women. I did this out of a 40-year-old camper, guys, because it's going to take the best of each of us, not just from me. I am giving the best of me, but it's for all of us to do the work. And so this is what you would call true safety and efficacy, proven irrefutably, undeniably, and unquestionably. And so this cannot be there could be all type of naysayers or trolls come in, but they can't deny the proof and the facts and the scientific evidence that we're providing here. Okay, next slides, Derek. Thank you, sir. All righty, guys, look at this. So at the top, you're looking at HTMA. What does that stand for? That stands for hair tissue mineral analysis. And provocated, which means we want to force the poisons out of the urine. Okay. So we had 24 participants in the study. 6 of them were placebo, which means they thought they were taking MasterPeace, and we gave them a very good placebo, and 18 of them were active. This was a mixed group of COVID inoculated people and non-COVID jabs. So I know this isn't exactly a targeted individual, but I will just say this, guys. The hardware components, what is inside of your minds, what is inside of your bodies, whether you've used a Jam Pro scanner or a nonlinear scanner, to whether from Jesse or the other gentleman to be able to see your different implants and stuff. The heavy metals, what I would call the lanthanide section of the element chart, or the silicone-based materials that are operating and responding, transponding inside of your minds right now, causing you your targeted individual symptoms. These are main right now parts of it. And so when we're looking at aluminum, when we're looking at arsenic, cadmium, lead, mercury, and nickel, these are very important heavy metals that are exacerbating and making the problem exponentially worse that you are personally dealing with today. Period. End of story. So as you look at these different figures, the aluminum is 198%. You look at the arsenic, which is 268%. You look at the cadmium, which is 240%. And you can keep looking at the other ones, lead and mercury and nickel. These are the main metals that you are looking at in your body that are causing major problems, that are causing you not just to hear voices, but the transmission system that is being interactive in your mind has a lot to do with these. You are looking at the percentage of the removal of these components compared to someone who is thinking, believing, and taking a placebo, which they believe to be MasterPeace. If you think you're taking MasterPeace, but you're actually taking MasterPeace, the person taking MasterPeace is getting aluminum, arsenic, cadmium, lead, and mercury out of their body at 198% for aluminum, 268% for arsenic, 204% for lead, 176% more for mercury. Imagine the different health, mental, emotional things that you will look at the improvements you're going to have if you're taking MasterPeace. MasterPeace for all of us is only $1 a day, guys, okay? I'm not interested in making money off of anybody. None of my team is interested off of making money off of anybody. We just want to provide to you the real solution, because this is a real problem that is facing the world right now, okay? All right. Thanks, Derek. Can we go to the next one? Okay, so this is a mixture of the hair test that we just looked at and a provoked urine analysis test. So think about this, everybody. We don't know everything about everything. We can all agree to that, right? So when it comes to toxins leaving our bodies through our hair or through our urine, we don't understand all the science of it, but we definitely want to get the numbers of it so that we can look at it. And so when we're looking at a placebo group compared to a group taking MasterPeace, we want to see how much better it is for someone taking MasterPeace compared to the placebo group. Correct? Right? That makes sense. Okay, cool. So when it comes to aluminum, look at aluminum. If you're taking MasterPeace compared to thinking you're taking something that's working like a fake MasterPeace, your body will get rid of aluminum 198% better. Think about that. Think about what that means to you and your health. Same as arsenic, cadmium, lead, mercury, and nickel. Arsenic is 268%. Cadmium is 42%, sorry. Lead is 204 and mercury is 176. You are dealing with a real, true, proven solution. MasterPeace is unequivocally, undeniably, I can make this claim to you the same way that we make this claim on Alex Jones' show on the 27th or any other platform. We are the antidote. We are the solution to the pollution. If we can go to the next slide. Quick slide on this, guys. We did a separate study of 27 different people taking glyphosate. We studied the glyphosate levels of 27 people. Glyphosate is a very harmful substance. It has a lot of the targeted individual components in it. That is why we really wanted to do this study. This study cost us a small fortune, but because we had the time to do it, we did it. Look at the chart on the left. That is the baseline or the beginning levels. Look at where it started off. It started off at 345 and what they call nanomoles per liter, but 345, that's the best way to look at it. Then after 35 days, we were down to 168. The levels of glyphosate at 168 compared to 345 at 35 days in. How much better do you think the people felt? And then again, at day 90, we continued to move the number down to 118. So what do you think those people's health felt like? Their minds, the way their minds operated, the way they emotionally responded to things, their sleep levels, everything that matters to your health. How much better do you think it was at when their levels were 118 instead of 345? And we're talking about that for $1 a day. Okay, Derek, next one, please, sir. Next one, please. Okay, so you can kind of see those people pointing out into the field. That's a picture. The lady on the left is Caroline Mansfield. She's our study coordinator. The gentleman in the middle is Manu or Manchil Pavlov. These people are in constant conversation with Jesse Beltran as we coordinate our future studies. And what they're doing is pointing to study participants who are walking through a field in the middle of nowhere. And we are pulling off their Bluetooth emitting signals, what you would pick up with a Jam Pro scanner, or what the gentleman, I don't want to missay his name, but Jesse Beltran and the other guy that does nonlinear scanning, what they would be picking up, and they are bringing them in from a field to test them. It's really pretty amazing, high level work. What we dealt with was 30 different beginning study participants. Due to the amount of commitment that those study participants had and the amount of time that they had to have, I would just say if anybody is interested in MasterPeace, what you need to do is go to masterpeace.health/Derek. So if you go to masterpeace.health/Derek with 2 R's, what you will see there is you'll be able to look at the research, because I'm obviously going over a lot, and you guys will be able to order this and get started as soon as possible. This study right here was, I'm trying to keep this as easy as possible, the first longitudinal and intervention study, meaning there were separate days of the study, and the intervention was using MasterPeace, and the people that were showing implants and signals, that we were able to take the signals, and within 78 days of using MasterPeace. So if you look on the bottom left, look at the MAC address detection over time, the blue line. Look at the blue line where it says MAC address detection over time. Then look at the baseline. You see how the baseline numbers, when you go down, you see all the 4 study participants that were emitting Bluetooth implant signals? Then go to the right. Go to the right of that. See at 78 days where it says 78 days, look for 78 days. You see how we had stopped, see all the zeros? Everybody's signal had stopped. It had been disabled. I want you to know that one of the people had 3 different COVID vaccines and 30 different PCR tests. Another person had 3 COVID vaccine and 50 PCR tests. So a lot of you have had these implants put in you from different psychiatric shots that were forced upon you. Psychiatric meds that you were meant to feel would be helping you. And, but either way, what really matters here is that MasterPeace is a true antidote to help us and to get us through this, okay? And essentially, what MasterPeace is for anybody is a really amazing mineral that is called the master binder. And it's the master binder. It binds to toxins and poisons. And it's called zeolite. And so we reduce or get the zeolite down to smaller than a nano level. And so what you've been attacked with and what you've been implanted with is something that is nanometer sized or larger. So we're sending in something smaller than a nanometer size so it can go deeper than the poisons that are stuck inside of you, than the circuitry, the hardware system that has been put and placed inside of you. And so you are dealing with, I urge you guys to learn as much as you can about electromagnetics, what I call magnetic electrics, but you call it electromagnetism. If you will understand how your phones, your computers, your iPads, your Fitbit watch, anything you use, your computer, it is all has to do with electromagnetism. And if the magnetism part of that system was stopped or neutralized, then the entire system doesn't work. And so what MasterPeace essentially does is neutralize the magnetism component and actually escort out those. And I'm trying to say a 20-hour speech in 20 seconds, literally. I'm literally trying to break down a 20-hour talk that I give to doctors over a 3-day period to everybody in 20 seconds. It is going to remove those components and replace them with the minerals that your body was meant to operate and use and function off of. Okay. And so if you give MasterPeace a try, you have nothing to lose, guys. You've spent money on rubbish and nonsense and things your whole life. Try it. It's going to be $53. It is going to, and see for yourself, a bottle will last you almost 2 months if you take 10 drops a day. And you are going to experience significant improvements and relief in the symptoms that have been forced upon you with this targeting that you've been dealing with for however long. So.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Matt. Guys, do you have questions for
Yes.
Matt? Questions or comments? Feel free to unmute.
I have a question.
Okay.
I was just curious if there's you said $110 for a 90-day supply. So this is just a different supply of the same thing?
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that again?
I said, well, you said it was $110, I guess, for a 90-day supply, whereas is this two different things? And this is $53 for a 2-month supply. What's the difference between the two?
Yeah. Okay. So when I said $110, it's the same thing, same exact thing. $110 lasts you 90 days or a little bit more, and one bottle will last you close to 2 months. Either way, it's about $1 a day.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. More questions or comments from Matt? Well, I hope some of you try it. I've been hearing good results so far from people that have used the product. So I've gotten lots of relief and things like that. So, I'd say give it a try.
You have nothing to lose. You've tried a bunch of other stuff. No negative harmful side effects. Completely natural. No preservatives. Nothing synthetic. A project and a formula that was built out of labor of love for humanity by some of our greatest, most targeted people themselves. Unfortunately, a couple of them are even in prison for doing this formula. So, we urge you to get involved with this for yourself individually and try it. See if this works. It will, but see if it works for you. It's hard to believe in anything before it's working for you.
Okay.
Hi, Matt. Can you hear me?
Okay. You have a question for Matt?
Yeah. Thanks for this call.
We can barely hear you.
So
Can you turn up your volume a little bit somehow?
I don't think so. Let me turn for you.
Okay, that's okay. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? All right.
I can hear him.
Sorry. We have myriad hackers as usual. So the 3 questions for you are: what's the MasterPeace half-life? What's the range of daily drops that you've tested? And how do you think about the maximum?
So when you're talking about a half-life, you're talking about how long it takes to leave the body. You're talking like a drug. Like I take a benzodiazepine and it takes this long to get out of the body. So I will answer that question. When you take MasterPeace, the mineral in it that is grabbing the toxins out completely leaves. So it's not a half-life, it's a full life. The full life of it is 3 to 5 hours. So when you take MasterPeace, it is going to grab and escort out the toxins in 3 to 5 hours. That's its full life. And it's going to leave minerals in its place so that your body will be using the minerals. But that's the best way I could answer that question. Go ahead. Next question.
Thank you. What's the range of daily drops that you've tested?
All of our clinical studies, we only do 10 drops. The reason is because that's what it says on the bottle. Of course, we have a lot of people that take more. And if you can afford to take more, of course, you would want to take a little bit more because there's no negative harmful side effects. You're not going to feel detox reactions. But the product was made for everybody, and a lot of people can't just afford anything and everything no matter what. And so if you take 10 drops a day, a bottle will last you 60 days. So if you see this bottle right here, you go like this, tap your palm a couple times, take 5 drops underneath your tongue twice a day. It tastes like salt water, and then you're good to go. And that's all you do.
All right. Well, if you can take more, I'm thinking especially about the hydrogel component that was reduced, maybe 30% over 90 days. So to get that down to 1%, you may need even 2 years at that rate. So how do you think about the maximum safe dose daily if you can afford it?
My kids drink 2 to 3 bottles a day. I mean, I take over a bottle a day. I know
Really?
countless people. Of course, okay. Here, let me explain. Logically thinking, the thing that we would be able to absorb and metabolize the best would be something that's the most bio or living being compatible thing, right? And so going along with that thinking, that's why we can drink a lot of water and be okay, right? Of course, anything in excess can be too much, even water, right? But water, minerals, a lot of things we can take a lot of. You can overeat in food every day. Okay. MasterPeace, so that you understand, is 99.8% biocompatible to your extracellular, meaning your blood. It is identical to your blood. It is identical to your blood, except for it has a binding mineral. It has one extra mineral in it that makes it not 100% compatible to your blood. And that is zeolite, which is reduced to the nanometer size, which is going to go into the smallest recesses of your body, grab out those toxins, and be okay. You can't overdose on MasterPeace. It's impossible. Are you
Okay.
there?
More questions, comments for Matt? Okay. Well, Matt, I hope that more people try your products. And thanks so much for joining us.
I got one question.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Sure.
Sorry, Derek. Just okay. Now, if this, we got you get the $100 3 bottles last for 3 months, and it disables my implant. Does that mean it's going to be just temporary disabling, or is it going to be permanent?
That's a great question. So this is what I would say. I don't know what level of implant you have. Okay. The implants they were putting in people in the 70s or 80s are different than the ones in the 90s and 2000s and vice versa. We know that they made them smaller and smaller. Okay. So here's what I would say is that Jesse Beltran in Alabama a week ago went and scanned a large group of people that he had previously scanned. And so there is one person out of the whole group that scanned. Now he used to use a Jam Pro. Now he's using a Jam Pro and verifying it with a nonlinear scanner. There was one person who had less implants. Everybody else, and I'm thinking there was about 50 people, but Jesse would say the exact number. Everybody else had the same amount of implants or more than they did before. But there was one person who had less implants. They went from, and it was a veterinarian, and she went from having 9 implants and she had only 6 implants. She was also the only person of the group that had been taking MasterPeace for 48 days. So what I would say is this: the components that are in these implants are what I would call these electron circuitry silicon-based materials. These things are lanthanides, which are the metal components on the elemental periodic chart. These things are polyethylene, polypropylene, based, silicone based, graphene oxide based, of course. And these things are not just being put into you from surgeries, okay? You're getting them in the air. You're getting them in the food and the water. And so you may take MasterPeace and get everything reduced and significantly better, but to just get it down and then walk away, you're still being bombarded. You're still being transfected. You're still being infected with these things. And so you're going to have to continue taking MasterPeace. But fortunately, MasterPeace will not ever change its stripes. MasterPeace is here for humanity. MasterPeace is here to help the world and help you individually. And so you may want to take a little bit of MasterPeace. You want to take a little bit more of MasterPeace at the beginning, take 20, 30 drops a day. And once you really get the voices out of your head and all these issues going away, then you can drop down to 10 drops a day, which will literally be $1 a day. Okay. So that would be my best advice to give you.
Okay.
Hi, Matt.
Thanks.
Yes,
Quick
sir.
question, and
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you for your presence here. I'm just curious. Two questions. A, are there any side effects to this product? And B, based on what I'm hearing, this product is more so an overall long-term health maintenance product. And what happens if those that are taking it decide to stop? What
Well,
is the end result to that?
yeah. Great question. So the first question was if there was any negative, harmful side effects. The answer is no, because we're dealing with natural ingredients. We're dealing with the highest source, the highest quality sea mineral plasma water, which is like the highest quality ocean water. And then we literally structure it, nano purify it, and then we combine it and structure it with another mineral. And so these are things that are very, very commonly found in nature. And so you do not have to worry on any level about negative, harmful side effects. We right now have a current clinical study that is out of 23 countries with over 500 people, and no one is having negative, harmful side effects. So don't worry about that. Now, when you're talking about, again, we're living in a world that is very much environmentally toxic and polluted, okay? And it's with nefarious things too, because obviously I'm speaking to the right group here. You can see how nefarious it is because they've snuck it into the dental anesthetics, they've snuck it into the psych shots, they've snuck it in, they snuck it in everywhere that they could, right? They snuck it into the recreational drugs. You definitely see it with the people taking fentanyl and meth. You see them dealing with the God's voice technology and the what I would call voice to skull technology, I guess, or what you guys might call MK Ultra stuff. So, I would urge you to start MasterPeace, and if you find you feel like you can't afford it or you might be okay without it, then stop it. It's okay, stop it and see if the things come back to you to bother you and harm you again. And if they do, get back on MasterPeace. That's kind of the best way to test it, right? I can tell you, Jesse Beltran, who I know a lot of you guys are familiar with, he first started taking MasterPeace. And for him, he had been dealing with eye floaters, look like nano assembling in his eyes for many years. And they went away after 2 or 3 days. Then he stopped taking MasterPeace, and those floaters and things came back. And then he started back on MasterPeace, and they went away, and that was enough for him. And so, your journey and what you'll notice will be your own thing, and be your own doctor and be your own critic, and kind of go about it that way, maybe.
Okay. Okay. I do not experience V2K.
Okay.
So is this product designed specifically for people that are experiencing V2K, or is it just a matter of protecting you from the environmental toxins that we are exposed to on a daily basis? Because there are other supplements that can accommodate that concern. So I guess I'm curious, this product, is it specifically designed for those that are experiencing the element of V2K? Or is it just in general for people that are
Well, it's not
known
it's
to
not
be
just
TI
environmental
subjects?
toxins. No. Great question. It's not just environmental toxins or V2K. It's not just this or that. It's this and that. It's both. And so what we have done is set out to test all of it. That's why we've done a study on glyphosate. That's why we've done a study on heavy metals. That's why we've done a study on the Bluetooth emitting MAC address signals, the media access control signals, which has everything to do with the voice to school. So what we see across the board is reduction on all levels of all these things. So I would say this, and hear me out. I just want to be the devil's advocate. I can say that I have a full head of hair. I can say that I have 3 arms. That does not make it true. And what I mean by that is this. Always do your own research and work. Companies can claim to get those things out of your body. I don't think that MasterPeace can do it. I know that MasterPeace can do it because we have ironclad, irrefutable, undeniable, unquestionable, third-party tested, 4-stage clinical trials that we've double-blinded, peer-reviewed, and published. They don't have any of that. They'll never bring it up. They can say what they want. It doesn't mean it's true, and we know that from our innate wisdom. And so taking products like nicotine or a whole lot of other things that claim to get it out, EDTA, chlorella, chlorophyll, mortonite clay, bentonite clay, the list goes on and on. They don't have any proof to back up what they say. We've spent millions of dollars to be able to say that we have the proof, and we do. They have a lot more of a pocketbook than we ever had. And they would be able to prove it if they could. And they don't provide any proof. They just allege their claims with what they say. And that is unfortunately not what the truth looks like. That's not what real science looks like. What I am bringing to you right now is what real science and the real truth looks like. I don't want to put them down, and I'm not picking on anyone specifically. Yeah.
Right.
Just
Okay.
use
So
your
I'm
innate
just,
discernment, right?
yes, I'm just, so my understanding that with your product, if people are taking it on a long-term basis, you are confirming the removal of these toxins that are in their body. Not a reduction, but you are claiming a removal. Is this correct?
We're reducing the levels, and we're removing it, but there's no removing it down to 0 levels because they keep coming into us. You're continually, every breath you take, you're taking in more poisons and toxins. And even the components, yeah. So there's no such thing as getting the levels down to 0 or what you would call like removal. That's not possible. What I will say is that you will be able to lower or reduce your levels as far as possible without you know, with MasterPeace. You'll be able to get those levels as low as they can be with MasterPeace.
I had 2 questions. I was just wondering, one, are you still doing the hair test pre and post? And then second, what is the name of the red light therapy machine that you said you used in a past conference?
Okay. Yes, we do. When you go to our website, one of the tabs will be hair test. And if you go to that, you are able, anybody here, to opt in or become one of our study participants, which we would love for you to be. We currently have over 500 study participants in 22 or 23 countries participating. And what it costs is $369. That allows you to have a pre or beginning or baseline level of hair studies test. And then you will also get 3 bottles of MasterPeace with that price. And then at the end, in 4 months, when you complete the 3 bottles of MasterPeace, you will take a final or post hair test. And so you will get to see how your body has adapted and shifted and changed. And so that's a big deal. And what was your second question? I'm so sorry.
I was just curious, I think it was with Jesse Beltran when you first spoke about this. You mentioned a red light therapy machine that you were using and saw a lot of helpful benefits from it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So it's not okay. So there's a difference between red light and infrared. And so when I was talking about an infrared machine, not a red light machine, the difference is that red light is more superficial. Okay. And so it is going to deal with making your skin look good and healthy and clear. It's not really about removing toxins or opening up your cell membranes to get out the acidity and toxic load in your body. And so I was talking about an infrared machine, not a red light, and it was what's called relaxed saunas. So relaxed, and then saunas. And it is a very affordable unit. It is a very small unit. I highly suggest it for anybody that feels like they have any type of weight issues, toxin load. It will unload the toxins out of your body, and it is a beautiful thing to use with MasterPeace. It will really help the process of getting these things out of your body.
Your skin is radiant.
Thank you. Not bad for a guy that's been bald since he was 15, right? So awesome. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you for your questions. Final questions, final thoughts before we wrap up for today?
I have a question,
Yeah.
Derek. So for those who are taking post-Master P, how is it, and I understand, and it's very good to hear that you say it's going to get the toxins completely out, but if we're trying to prove our case medically, how is that going to affect the results, be it for a person that wants to take the toxicology screening, which I've done actually back in 2023 and also just recently? How is that going to affect evidence-wise to prove the case if those toxins are no longer there? Because I think we would need to have as much evidence to prove our case as possible. And thank you. I hope you come to the symposium that Derek might be hosting because you have some really good ideas. All of you did today. Thank you very much.
Well, is he still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I didn't know. Okay, go ahead.
You're gonna answer that question just as good as me, Derek. Absolutely, your question has a good discernment and logicalness to it because you're right. This is going to be removing. It will be reducing what you're going to pull up in scans. Any type of nano level size circuitry it removes. And if you're wanting to build a court case, I would try to have that documentation intact before you go. Look, do you want to heal or do you want to make money off of a court case? It's up to you. I was an outlaw when I was younger, and I've seen the court cases be so rigged. I've seen where you think the right thing is going to happen and justice doesn't prevail. And so that's up to you. That's a really, but you have a very good point to bring up. And that's, do you want to start feeling better? Do you want to get on with your life, or do you want to see these people come to justice? That's up to you to decide. Oh.
Yeah,
Marty, you want to come to justice now and maybe
really,
take MasterPeace later?
That's really what it boils down to. If the toxins are removed from your system, you start to feel better. And then if you start to feel better, then you'll feel like you have your life back. So whether you want to pursue a court case will be up to you at that point. But however, if you want to pursue a court case, then you probably have to either get the testing before you do the drops, or wait till after the court case and then do the drops. It'll be up to you. But you'll be doing a lot of suffering, I would say, if you waited that long. So it's a choice. Either you get relief or the court.
Yeah, you're so right. You're so right. You're so right. It's your body, it's your life, and it's your choice, as it should be. And whatever road you go down, I just hope that you have a group and people around you that support you and love you through it.
Well, I would suggest that anybody should not take it, prior to the case or whatever. Like you said, it may not even be a case, but I was just saying, as far as evidence, and basically, I guess what I'm saying too is because, again, I've already had 2 forensic testing, so it might be advantageous for the TI community to know it's probably best to go ahead and get a toxicology screening. So I was just putting that out there, not suggesting anything otherwise.
Yeah, I think you have a very valid point, and I think that's a real clear way to look at it. I think you know exactly what you're looking at. Is weigh the evidence of now over, feeling better now or feeling better later, and do what your heart decides.
And also, my question and one more last question here. So, okay, you've done all this research and you've done all these tests and all this. You have a website so we can look up the stuff that you are explaining, so we know that, because we can read what you say is true on here, that we can do our own research. So that'd be the easiest thing. If you have a website we can go to learn all about this here.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so the link that Derek put up, when you touch that link and you go to the website, you will see a research tab, and that research tab will show you a lot. And if it's okay, Derek, if you give me, once I stop here and my time is up, I'm going to download, and I want everybody to understand this, okay? In our scientific community, when we're wanting to have something that is valid and holds up to the highest levels of science rigor, this is what it looks like, okay? What you want to do is have a double-blinded, and what that means is, say I do a study and I say, my study is good, and I say MasterPeace works. Then I take those findings. I got to put it together where I have the abstract summary, methodology, references, all these things. And then I got to put it in a paper. And then I got to give it to, in this case, ACTA Medical Scientific Journal. Those people send it off blindedly to peers, people that for a living are epidemiologists, and look through this stuff, make sure it's legit, and sign off their reputation on approving it. So that's called a double-blinded peer-reviewed study. And then I have to pay out like $3,000 to $5,000 on each study. Okay, so we have 20 of them, 20 not one, not two, not three, 20 of them. I'm going to give them to Derek right now. Derek, do you want them on your cell or do you want me to just copy and paste them into the chat? I can do either or.
Well, if you send it to my cell, I can distribute it to lots of people.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to send them to Derek's cell right now, the 20 different double-blinded, peer-reviewed, published articles that you can read at your leisure. And just to give you a heads up so that you can go through it pretty easy because it's a lot of papers. If you go to the top part where it says the abstract and the summary, and then you go down through to the methodology, and then go to the charts where it'll have the graphs. And that'll basically give you 90% of what you want to look at. All the references and all those things. If you want to look through them, it's going to be all there with the links. But a lot of times people want to look at those things because they're already peer-reviewed and published and verified. So I'll provide them for you. And please do the research because none of us should be believing any of us at this point. We should all be doing our own research as much as we can. I mean, that is a healthy way to go about figuring out what's happening and the truth behind everything. So I hope that, yeah, I'll provide that to you, and I hope I answered your question.
Yes, that's but the website that he said was
masterpeace.health/Derek. Yeah,
right there. Okay, masterpiece.
Yeah.
/health. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Awesome, sir. Thank you.
Okay, for those of you that would like to receive the information from Matt, can you put your email address in the chat?
Me?
I was saying for those that would like to
yeah,
receive the
absolutely.
information that you're sending.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Can you hear me okay, Derek?
Hi, Derek.
Yeah. Yeah, who's that?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, who's that?
Do you have any other questions?
What is the email again? MasterPeace.health?
Masterpeace.health.
Oh, MasterPeace.health?
Yep. There you go.
Masterpiece.health. So is that the website, Masterpiece.health?
Yep. Sure is.
Excuse me, I just had a concern about the side effects. I looked it up just quickly, and it looked like there are potential side effects on WebMD. Like, so if you could speak to that, how you can say, just because it's natural doesn't mean it's good for you, you know.
Okay, so if you go to PubMed, published medical articles, pubmed.com. There's over 8,000 studies using natural clinoptilolite. Hold on, I'm going to put it in the chat. I just put those studies, Derek, I sent them to your text and I put them in the chat. So I'm going to put in the chat where to go.
Okay, so you put the studies in the chat?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay.
All righty. So I just put in how to spell the exact mineral that we use, which is clinoptilolite, zeolite. Don't worry about all that. I put the right spelling in there. And you can go to PubMed and research it. Now, anything. Okay. I'm in Kansas. I live in Kansas. So let's have a friendly discourse real quick, okay? and I'll show you something. Besides white hemlock, which you have to take in gallons, you got to eat gallons of this stuff for it to cause you severe problems. There is nothing else from nature that you would eat for natural consumption that causes harm. Now, tell me if I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
Tell me what it is.
There are lots of things like there's asbestos that is bad for you.
Asbestos is not normal. It's not naturally found. Oh my gosh, that is a synthetic.
Okay, this is a different argument. Whether there, I'm sorry, I'm not an encyclopedia. I just want to know that it's actually safe. And looking at not PubMed, but at WebMD, just a really quick search, they do list possible risks that they compare it to possibly asbestos. Actually,
no problem.
They do.
No, you should be worried about anything that you're taking. I totally understand. Okay, so I will say this, that we have used over 600 study participants, and so far there has been no negative harmful side effects. Some people are using 30 different prescription medications that are riddled with harmful side effects. Some people are stage 4 cancer patients. Some people are diabetic. A lot of these people have very unique diagnoses. And so you're dealing with something that is 99.8% compatible with your blood. Your body recognizes it as completely safe. So I would not be worried about MasterPeace. I would be worried about a whole lot of things you're buying from inside of stores, from people that you really don't know about the background of them. I would be much worried about those things than about MasterPeace from our results. What's that?
Okay, one more point, and I won't say anything else. I think that could cause problems with drug interactions.
You're not solving the entire problem, but that's your situation, not mine. I can't say yay or nay, do or don't.
You're the same person on the phone, right? There's only one person on, right?
There's two.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm getting confused. I want to answer the first. I want to answer the first woman's questions first, and then I can move on to the next one.
Okay, I think they from the WebMD article, it can cause drug interactions. So if you're taking prescription medicine.
We have not seen any type of interactions that were harmful when it comes to any pharmaceutical.
Okay, dear, I'm gonna get on around here. It's ready to get dark. You know what I mean?
I don't know who's talking though, to be honest.
Please get on out of here.
Okay, Lauren, is that your line? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm responding to the same person, and I want to be.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
If we could just hear from one person, that would help.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to tell you the website that I just looked at, and you all can look at it and decide what you think of it. It's just from WebMD. It's called Zeolites, ZEOLITES, Risks, Side Effects, and Safety Information.
Okay.
And so they just go into that.
Are they talking about synthetic zeolites or natural zeolites? There's a big difference, obviously.
It just says what they are. It says a group of crystal-like porous minerals made of aluminum, silicon, and oxygen. About 50 zeolites are found in nature. More types are made in the lab. And then they go down and they talk about how are they used. And
that's okay. It sounds like that's correct. No. You're speaking. That's correct information that you're giving. There is about 50 natural zeolites now, and there's about over 150 synthetic or man-made zeolites. And we can all agree that synthetic or genetically modified things are harmful as a rule of thumb, and things from nature as a rule of thumb are not. There's exceptions to every rule. There's exceptions.
Well,
I think that's kind of a broad statement that I don't want to really talk about. I'm just wanted to talk about whether this particular thing is safe or not, and I think that has not been decided. So let's see. So it says they talk about a zeolite detox, zeolites and autism, zeolite and the immune system, zeolite side effects, and are they safe? So anyway, so I just want you guys to, inform yourself before you take something that might or might not be good for you. But, I hope it works. I know we all really need help, but I just want to make sure we're doing something that's going to help us and not hurt us. That's all. But anyway, I thank you very much.
No. I think that you're giving very genuinely good advice right there. I think everybody should always do the research. I think that when we have 150,000 families across 80 countries, to put it very clear, and we are showing reversal of autism, high forms of dementia. We are showing that Bluetooth emitting signals are being turned off. And so far, in 3 years, we've shown no negative harmful side effects with over 150,000 families using it. That is a good track record. I would venture to say, I would just make this conclusion that you're probably taking something that has a far worse track record. And so the benefit risk reward scenario is very clean and very good to try MasterPeace. Okay. And so, of course, do your own research and really look into the testimonials and look into the double-blinded, peer-reviewed, published research that is irrefutable. Anybody can make claims. Anybody can let fear, say allegations or but we all have to do our own looking into anything. And, I do think you bring up very valid points, seriously. And I like that thinking. And I wish everybody would have been this cautious before they started taking prescription pills and getting jabbed with a bunch of stuff. We'd probably be a little bit better off, but yeah. So.
Okay,
And
so
then
you
there
say
was
it's been
there was a lady that came on that was the second lady, and if she has any questions, I'd love to answer them. And pessimism and discourse is healthy. We should not run from it. We should all be okay with it. Healthy conversation and transparent collaboration on this kind of stuff is exactly what's needed as we find the truth about everything.
okay. Well, 3 years sounds pretty good. That's getting into to long term, I would say.
All right, I'll hop in
Okay.
if there's no one else at the moment. If you can hear me, I was cut off earlier, so hopefully I'll catch all of your reply when you post the replay, Derek. For Matt, you were answering the question earlier about how much is safe. What's the most amount of bottles that you've had in a day? And do you have some kind of program for people who would like to order dozens or hundreds of bottles?
We do. We absolutely do. I would say in that case, okay, so I need for you to definitely tell me that Derek is the reason why that we got in contact with each other, because I'm not like we're not a store chain or something, and I want the right people to get the right credit for anything that happens. I'm going to give you my email in the chat. And so email me with when it comes to the bulk ordering, and we can have a conversation about it. So I'm going to put it in there real quick for you. Do you see the chat? Okay.
Yes, as long as I'm disconnected, that sounds great. I'll confirm that I got it.
I just sent it to you on the chat.
Got it. All right. Thanks, Matt, and thank you, Derek.
Yes, sir.
Hi, you're welcome.
Okay.
Okay, guys, questions, comments? Wow. Well, okay. Well, Matt, appreciate your being with us today.
Yes. Yes. Thank you for everybody that came and got involved, and, wonderful. It's Derek, thank you for being for the truth, man. You've proven yourself to really be for what's best for humanity, and I really applaud that.
Oh, well, likewise, Matt. Okay, well, we'll talk to you again.
Oh, I just seen a quick thing about Pure Body, which is called PBX by Touchstone Essentials. I could put in a product comparison sheet, but I'll just tell you what it is, I guess. I hope that's good enough. We have about 20 times more better specific sized clinoptilolite zeolite as Pure Body Extra. They do use the exact same source as us, so I will say that, but they're just purely putting their zeolite into water. And ours is a nanometer sized zeolite that is coated with minerals. And so what that means is this is why it works better than the PBX is that when it goes into your body and it goes past your blood-brain barrier and it gets into the deepest recesses and through your central nervous system, it is going to grab out, it's going to magnetically bind out the toxin just like the PBX does. But when it hits our MasterPeace, unlike when it hits PBX, it hits MasterPeace and releases minerals. So your cells uptake minerals instead of just having the toxin released. And so when it comes to detox reactions and Herxheimerine effects and things like that, also MasterPeace is less cost and it lasts longer. So you're going to pay less for a bottle that lasts longer, that you're going to see, I would say, at least 10 times better results. It's going to be night and day difference. If you've been taking Pure Body for a while, you're going to notice night and day when you start taking MasterPeace. So awesome, Derek. Thank you, brother.
Okay, thanks so much, Matt.
I appreciate you, sir.